Good morning, and welcome to the February 9th, 2020 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. To ensure social distancing measures are being met during this time, some of the members of City Administration attending the meeting through via conference. I would like to remind all those who are attending through video conference of the following. Please ensure that your video camera and microphones are turned off. If a member of council wishes to speak, use the raise hand function to be placed into the speaking queue. When speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera, and all votes are conducted with a recorded vote. Reports will be considered by City Council at its meeting scheduled for February 16th. The deadline for registration as a delegate for the City meeting is 1 p.m. on February the 10th. Once again, the February 16th meeting deadline for registration as a delegate is February the 10th at 1 p.m. So, can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair?
Hawkins.
So moved, Hawkins. Thank you. I will call the question to ask, is anyone opposed? Okay, carried. Approval of the minutes. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes of the Executive Committee meeting held on January the 26th of 2022?
Regina.
Thank you, Councillor. Any errors or omissions? I will call the question. All those opposed? Okay, carried. We will now consider item EX 22-5, Reels Master Site Plan. The delegations are here, so please introduce yourself to the record, the organization you're representing, and if any, and where you're from. After your presentation to the committee, you will have the opportunity to respond with any questions that the committee may have for you. Who is going?
Good morning, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to see if this was still, if you can see our screen.
We can, yes, thank you.
Thank you for that. My name is Tim Reed. I'm the President and CEO with the Regina Exhibition Association Limited. Thank you for the opportunity to join you and your colleagues this morning. Wanted to also recognize that we've been working closely with your administration to present the documents that are here today, and just recognize the collaborative effort that has gone into the package that is submitted. We appreciate the support of your administrative team, and it's been a very collaborative process. On the call today are a number of people representing our group. All would be available for questions if you'd like. Jerry Fisher is our Vice President of Commercial Development, and he oversees the commercial aspects of the document that you have in front of you. Roberta Engel is our Vice President of Corporate Services and is supportive on the finance side as well as the contractual side of our programming. We additionally have our team from TBD Architecture, Brian Bengert and Matt Roper. Both would be available to answer technical questions if you so desire. I want to thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to make sure that you guys can see the full screen as I figure out how to play it.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you so much. This package obviously complements the work that's been shared with you already, but I want to run through a quick presentation on behalf of our organization. As you may recall, the Regina Exhibition Association and the City of Regina have entered into a new long-term lease. One of the conditions of this lease was that we present council with a more definitive and detailed long-term plan around the future of the site, specifically the commercial developments, but additionally the operations that we have in the future. This document is intended to meet those outstanding items, and we want to thank your administration for working with us and preparing the report that they did. Who are we as an organization? I think this is important to remind ourselves, but also to remind our owner and city council, is in the foundational agreements that we have between our two organizations, we are built somewhat unique. We're built with the purpose of acting with entrepreneurial spirit and pursuing expanded business ventures, which takes us into a different way of thinking. That's why we have the board of directors that we do, and I believe why we're an independent entity that is solely owned by the City of Regina. Our mission is to deliver exceptional experiences, foster meaningful memories, and make our community a better place to live. We believe that the presentation in front of you will do just those things. Our vision is to be the heart of our province, a place where people come to live, work, and to play. This slide is a bit of a reminder of the process that we've taken. Ultimately, the agricultural society that is real today has been around since 1884. It's evolved over the period of time, with some of the biggest governance changes being in 1907, when we actually became an official association, and in 2014, when the Exhibition Association was solely owned by the City of Regina. In addition to that, in 2018, we were given the challenge to be self-sustaining. Not an easy task when you manage as many square feet of civic infrastructure as we do. But with some creativity and some leadership, support from your board of directors and our board of directors and your city council, we developed a program called Everas Place, where we engaged more than 6,000 community members in a conversation about where they wanted to take these grounds. In 2020, we presented a concept of Real 2.0 for your consideration. It was endorsed. Distill all that down, and the purpose of this was actually to chase a $2.6 million grant. A little bit of history was about 25 years ago, the province of Saskatchewan, under the gaming, took our casino, Buffalo Buck, and in exchange for that, they write us a check for $2.6 million a year. Certainly a great deal at the time, but given the revenue in the gaming business today, perhaps there would have been opportunity if we would have kept it. That comes to a close in 2027. And the reality of it is although we as an organization make between $500,000 and $1 million of profit from operations in each year, when $2.6 million of grant dollars associated with a casino license disappear, that presents a challenge not only for us, but also for you as our owners. To compound that problem that we have also done a detailed deferred maintenance plan on our site. And what we've recognized is over the next 5 to 20 years, there's anywhere from $5 to $45 million worth of maintenance that's required. Now, it won't all hit at once, but you can see that a number of these initiatives will show up in the next 5 to 10 years. And so as an organization owned by the City of Regina, what we were challenged to do was find a better way to operate. And I think we've done so based on these 5 buckets. Detail, you've all seen the presentations, as have the public, but we have 5 plans. 1, improve our efficiency, maximize the commercial development of vacant land that doesn't generate revenue for us today, grow our signature events, improve our utilization of our campus overall, and find new business opportunities that may not be within our current lines. This led us to a process of exploring what other cities were doing. We're not the only city in Canada, or North America for that matter, to have exhibition grounds, and many of them were designed with the exact same purpose as we are today. Fast forward 100 years, and the community needs something different from their exhibition grounds. This is Ottawa. You'll note it looks very different from what our site does. It's no longer the concept of a sea of parking with a few buildings in the middle. They're actually integrated in holistic designs that really embrace the community and the neighborhoods by which they support. This is the new ICE district in Edmonton, obviously changing the downtown core for the better. This is Kansas City, the Power and Light District. Once, truthfully, the utility zone for the downtown core is now the hub of activity, featuring some of their recreation, sports, and cultural amenities. This is Kansas City. We had the opportunity to study from other cities, and I think what we recognized is change was required. When we engaged with the public, they were very clear about the future of the grounds and the future of Everas Place. They want the Regina Exhibition Association Limited to focus on these categories: recreational sport, concerts and entertainment, ticketed sporting events. Doesn't mean that there's not other priorities, but 6,000 people were quite definitive in their direction to us as an organization. In terms of building a plan, the approach that we took, and I think this is quite important, was always we wanted to maintain the ability to host world-class events. We're going to have the opportunity to host Grey Cup this year, a unique festival opportunity that we haven't seen at the Grey Cup all on one site before. But we also want to sustain our exhibition events. We want to sustain our Canada's Farm Show events, and we want to sustain QCX, and now this year we've obviously introduced Frost. We want the ability to collaborate with other sports organizations and make sure that we meet the needs of not only the recreational user, but also the entertainment user. The reality of it is we have acres of vacant land that have not done anything or generated any revenue for us. We want to transform those for vacant, dusty land into experiences that our users and our guests can enjoy. We want to encourage people not to come just for a game. We want to encourage people to come for a day or an afternoon. We want to enhance our district. We want to improve the site, signage, the connectivity, the look, the feel, but most importantly, we want to provide people passive opportunities to come and visit. If the Frost Festival has told us anything, it's that we have a magnificent site with great opportunities, and it doesn't always have to be about a paid ticket. Sometimes it can be just about rolling down a snowbank. Ultimately, our goal is to maximize the visitors to our site, and we want to use those visitors to leverage the opportunities that we have commercially. The bottom line, however, is we have to find a way for financial sustainability. There's a number of impactful decisions that actually rest with you or other partners across the city. I want to be cautious because any one of these are a domino that can change our path. I think that's an important recognition. What happens with the future of Taylor Field? What happens with the future of the yards? How do we develop our downtown? How do we connect through transit and alternative forms of connectivity the real site with downtown and the yards and other elements of our city? What happens with the future of the Brandt Center, an aging asset that we do need to develop a plan on? What happens with the future of an aquatic center? And as we advance, do we continue to support the idea of recreational clustering? All of these are discussions that I think we are sharing with your administration at these times, but also would become much more important as this plan moves forward. In our Real 2.0 plan that was shared with you in 2020, this is what we presented to you. We presented a bubble diagram that said we'd like to explore these options. You as council suggested that we should advance that initiative. We come to you today with more detail in support of the requirements of our long-term lease. And there's really two options that we've built. One option where the Brandt Center would move off our site at a future date, whenever that happens, as part of a new development around a new mid-sized multi-purpose arena. If that was to occur, we believe that we would repurpose the Brandt Center. We would repurpose the Canada Centre to something more modern, although we're in the process of that currently, and we would look to further expand arena properties on our site. Ultimately, we would have a commercial zone, and within that commercial zone, we've already sold the bulk of those lands, or leased the bulk of those lands. We also explore a parkade opportunity, as well as a soccer pitch, which we've discussed in the past. There is a discussion as well that if the Brandt Center was to remain on our site, it would likely have to reposition. We do believe that the aged asset that is the Brandt Center would be repurposed either for sport or agricultural use. We're still in that process, but we do think we could receive a new mid-sized multi-purpose event stadium on site. Obviously, that decision is a significant one, which is why you're seeing two options today. But we do have an arena strategy committee that is working through that process. I'm quite confident they'll give you a detailed report in June of this year. Where have we come from bubble diagrams? Well, the reality of it is these are the site drawings that we have. And we're very proud to acknowledge that many of the gray buildings that you see on these drawings are actually going to start to advance this spring, pending construction season. Most of you have seen the new McDonald's we're going. We do believe at least one other restaurant, and we do believe a hotel will be installed. This is what the entrance from the Louvain will look like in our proposed plan. We've certainly tried to make sure that there's walking paths, biking paths, and there's additional green space. I hope you'll see in the presentations that we've shared that we focused on making this site more attractive, more inclusive, and more accessible. But most importantly, more of a place within our community. This isn't just about parking lots, this is about placemaking. We've worked closely with our partners to include opportunities around becoming a demonstration site for the initiatives around 2050. Now, we don't think our site is going to single-handedly help you finalize your results in 2050, but we do think with 3.5 million current visitors and growing on an annual basis, we probably offer the City of Regina the best opportunity to demonstrate a commitment towards a more sustainable and climate-friendly future. Ultimately, we've been working with our partners at Sask Power and Sask Energy to talk about solar initiatives, wind turbine initiatives, ones that tell a story but also have form and function as they power building, lighting packages around the facility, as well as electric vehicle plug-in stations. You'll see that our site now comes in off the Louvain but pushes the user to the south. Our hope is that we don't have to challenge people with vehicular travel. And so we move everybody to the south of our site, and ultimately the road wraps around. You will see that we've included the future for FC Regina in our drawings. You'll also notice that we've done some landmarking with LED lights, which will be powered by some of our renewable energy sources at every entrance gate on the facility. We're really proud of the initiatives that we've shown on the south side. Not that the south side of our property isn't beautiful, but that terrain is a bit disruptive when you're having a leisurely walk. And so what we've tried to do is put in solar paneled wall, installations where people can have picnics, installations where people can have small concerts. We've also redesigned the parking lot so that when it's not being used for a massive event, which happens about 200 days a year, it's actually available for recreational use. So you'll note that we've included things like basketball facilities, pickleball courts in the asphalt, as well as the development of some skate opportunities. Our hope is that this facility is used all the time, not just when there's major events. You'll see some of the activation nodes that we have around the property, and this really creates part of the path system that we believe surrounds the commercial development, the recreational and community aspects. We have developed the site in a way that it can still receive our major events, so we can confirm that it will support the footprint with growth for Agribition, Canada's Farm Show, QCX, and Frost. Overall, our belief is this has to be about not just a sea of parking, it has to be about an experience on our campus. Experience where people want to spend more time just embracing the opportunity to be around an event. And we've had many successes over the last year that I do think support the recommendations that we're providing to you today. Over the last year, we've secured a 25-year lease with FC Regina. We've launched Canada's first skating rink inside a football stadium, which generates incredible utilization in the winter months. Working alongside yourself, we have advanced the development of the sport barn. And for those of you that have been there recently, you'll notice that the volleyball courts, the pickleball facility, is incredibly active, and we are in the final stages of the development of the skate barn as well as the recreational facilities. I can confirm that the outstanding funding that we were chasing has been met, and we'll be able to complete those projects over the course of the next year. McDonald's is open and one of the busiest in Canada. YQR Distillery will have an opportunity to celebrate local distilling, as well as a educational institute and a new restaurant opportunity. We were quite confident that the pending development permits, that a new hotel will go on the ground this year, and we'll be able to host between 160 and 170 rooms in the future. And obviously, we've launched Frost Regina, which we're doing right now. So we are proud of the success that we've seen under some of the most challenging times. In closing, we want to thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. We want to recognize that this site plan is a moment in time, and that is an idea and it's a direction as you've asked us to provide, but it will likely change in the future. I believe you asked us to be entrepreneurial, and I hope you'll see that in the presentation that we've shown you. I believe you've asked us to be a place that embraces the community, and hopefully you'll recognize those design elements as well. We look forward to any questions that you may have. Most importantly, we look forward to working alongside you as we build this district into one of the greatest ones that we have in our city. Thanks for the opportunity, and we'd be delighted to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Reid, for your presentation and details and great slideshow. Does any members have any questions for the delegates? Oh. Councillor Stanichuk, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning, Mr. Reid. I'm really excited about the plan. It looks fabulous. Lots of really great ideas. So I just have a couple of questions regarding, one, I'll start with the soccer. So I did want to ask whether or not there had been any consideration of using Mosaic Stadium for outdoor soccer. I do know that this is what is happening in Ottawa. There's a new professional soccer team there, Atletico, that's owned by Madrid, and they're using the same field, I believe, as the football team there. So was that a consideration just to make better use of Mosaic Stadium?
It's Through the chair, and thank you for the question. Recognizing the success that we've seen with soccer, and I think that will only grow as we host FIFA 2026, I do think opportunity around soccer is probably greater in Canada than perhaps it's ever been, as we see the success of both our men's and women's team. One of the facility in Ottawa, which is at their Lansdowne Park site, is about 22 to 24,000 seats, so it scales down more efficiently than perhaps Mosaic Stadium does. And part of the challenge around soccer in Canada, or the opportunity, is the teams that play are Canadian Professional League franchises. And right now their attendance sits somewhere between 2,500 and 5,000 seats. So the challenge is Mosaic Stadium is just, frankly, just a little bit too big. We also lack the ability to host tournaments in Western Canada. And so the concept, like we have around the Cooperator Centre, where we can host, we don't have that. And so we do believe there is a need for a bit of a bridge between the existing infrastructure in our city, which is highly football focused, to be honest. Much of it is football focused, in Mosaic Stadium. And so we do have a letter of intent in place between FC Regina and the owner of the CPL franchise here in Regina. And we're working with them on what this soccer facility should look like, perhaps where it should go, and how does it operate. So we've just started that process. So to your concept, yes, I do believe we need a CPL team. Yes, we should focus on soccer, because ultimately I think they are going to be a very important tenant in the future of Mosaic Stadium, and it's certainly growing sport in Canada.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, just one more couple more questions. All of the concept plan talks a lot about making it a little bit more pedestrian cycle friendly on the site to improve the movement on campus, and I'm really happy to see that there'd be a transit loop as well. I think that's critically important. The cycling spots, though, the bike parking spots, I think the site said 100 and the proposal said 115. Would they be located in several different locations on campus, those parking spots? And I also want to point out that the entrance off the Louvain, so is that 11th? That is really close to the bike path. So I could see a lot of people coming by bike, taking the bike path, just coming up 11th, crossing Louvain. But anyway, so just a little bit more information if you could provide on to make it a little more cycle-friendly on the campus.
Yeah, through the chair, and thank you for that question. Certainly there's a fixed quantity of bike stations that we have across the site, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't scale up or scale down if we saw increased use. They're not a significant investment. I think what we have seen through this development and working with your administration is, at one time our site was somewhat in the middle of the development opportunities by the city, and because we had so many large events, respectful of the position of your administration, we considered it somewhat off the planning discussion. I think through this exercise, what we've recognized is, if we develop the Real Grounds to be an inclusive site that embraces passive users, not only those with paid tickets, how do we connect that to the initiatives to the west and to the east and to the north is a huge opportunity for us. And so on bike parking stations, we can certainly scale that up or down, and yes, it will be around campus. And then relative to how do we connect, I actually think that's one of the real opportunities in this. We have Confederation Park, which is just a spectacular urban park, and unfortunately you have to walk across seas of parking to get there. And so If we can create that a little bit more accessible, I think it would be great.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Stevens, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair. Love the plan. I really appreciate the activation. My first question is about the financial sustainability component. My understanding, as you've described it, as the money generated through development and leases, that's reinvested into this space. So it would be correct to say that if we're thinking about landscaping, activating parking spaces into something meaningful, that would be financed through revenue that's generated on site. Is that correct?
Through the chair, thank you for that. I'll give you kind of some basic math. Every acre that we sell is worth about $100,000 a year in operations, and so we believe there's about $1.5 million from commercial development, plus or minus, over the term. And so over the life of the 40 years, that generates about $60 million of growth. I think if we have an ability to sustain or retain some or all of the existing grant opportunity that we have, that really changes kind of our financial predicament or opportunity. So we've got two models. One where if we can retain that grant, we think actually we'll be able to maintain our assets and invest like any developer would, earnings from the leasing back into the site. I think ultimately we'd have to do that with you through the chair, just because some of these initiatives will be just public gathering spaces. But if we don't sustain the grant, then we'll struggle with the build out of some of this, and we'll have to source grant opportunities, not only provincially, but also federally and municipally, I think. So net, we think it's about a $60 million opportunity over the life of this lease. And we will have additional dollars to invest, but we will have to find grant opportunities if we can't retain the casino grant going forward. Hopefully that's a clear answer.
Yes, thank you. Second question is about connectivity with other spaces. You mentioned how this is evolving with a partnership involving the downtown warehouse and other areas of the city. Can you comment on how the activation of this site is really conditional upon the kind of partnerships and relationships you build with the bids and other communities in the area?
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity. I think I think we've come a long way in competing with each other versus actually recognizing that these districts, for lack of a better term, need to be unique but complementary. And we highlighted a few of them. As we talk about the future of the Taylor Field site and perhaps the development of an aquatic center there, aquatic center are sites that generate 400,000, 500,000, 600,000 guests. But if we think about that not only as an opportunity for the local guest, but an ability to engage users that are coming for a hockey tournament, we do 55 hockey tournaments a year. We actually can't do anymore. But all of them, for anybody that has kids in hockey tournaments, they don't actually care about the tournament. They care about the water slides that they get to go stay at the hotel. And so really creating connectivity between our site and the future developments of the aquatic center and possibly what happens at Taylor Field, I think we have to be very thoughtful. I think the ability to create that walking path and as the city evolves Sass Drive is absolutely critical. And then as we work with the downtown bid as well as the warehouse bid, I think the key is we just have to be explicit on what those districts will be. And yes, there should be some overlap, but ultimately I think if we say, one district is the sport and recreation district, let's just make sure that we cluster those amenities there and then complement them with the developments in other districts. So we're better. I do think the new City Center Core Development Committee that we have is helping. And I think we're working more effectively than we have. But for our site to be successful, we need to be really clear on what those sites will be as well.
Great, thank you. My next question is about opportunities for community connectivity and activation in this plan. Beautiful green space is integrated here. If say North Central community members wanted to engage with you to discuss community garden spaces in some of this new green space, is that something that is built into this plan in terms of how you would integrate it and represent the community around you?
Through the chair, and thank you for the question. We had a number of conversations about how do we create this as a gathering place for our community. I think one of the things that we recognized is as we build out the commercial opportunity and complement it with the existing business, we're actually a very large employer. And we're an employer that's quite complementary to perhaps the hiring practices of our neighborhood, where people may not be able to work a traditional week, and where they may need some flexibility in hours. It's why we see such success that we do with employment. Relative to the specific question on community gardens, we actually had a fairly good discussion about, as an ag society, we'd like engaged in urban agriculture, and how do we create that? We did see limitations of being a site that shuts down for major events. So part of our concern about building in community gardens was the fact that if you were a gardener and you had your portion of garden, there are times in our year that you wouldn't be able to get to it. And so I think to answer your question of how do we engage and connect with the community, I think we have an ability to do that. One of the barriers or limitations that we have is there are traumatic here that you just simply can't get in without a ticket. And so I would just I would say yes. I think we can certainly engage with the neighboring community. I think lots of the plan does that. One of the balances that we need to strike is always the balance between recreational sites that need essentially access without limitation or barrier, and the fact that at times we're charging a ticket for things, and we actually have to have fixed barriers. So, long answer to a short question. Yes, we're interested. Community gardens may not work perfectly on our site, but I do think there's an opportunity in the future.
Thank you. My last question, I really enjoyed the presentation of the sustainability initiatives. If the city's sustainability framework said that all new builds had to be net zero or follow some kind of path, whether it's LEED certification or another benchmark, you're in expansion mode right now. Is that something that technically you could accomplish if the city itself and council provided you with a clear direction that all new builds have to follow this sustainability agenda?
Through the chair, great question. I'll answer it with, certainly I think if the city's direction was this is the expectation that we'd have, then we would follow it. One of the comments that I would perhaps share in return to that question is I do think we have commercial partners that are building right now that would like to, that are engaged as well as aware on ESG targets. But I do think we have to incent some of those. There's times when it makes business sense for a private operator to, scrub the heat off a pool in a hotel so that it can heat rooms. Makes a ton of sense. But there's other times where those initiatives actually come at a cost to the operator. And so I think there's a balance. If we want those results, we have to incent the developers of these new sites. Relative to kind of the direction our side of things, I think we would embrace it. I do think the opportunity that we have, and we'd like to work with you closely on this, is to tell a story about sustainability. And we've been working closely with SAS Power and SAS Energy, and both of them have made a substantial commitment to the future of this site development plan, to telling a story about renewable energy and alternative power sources. So the short answer is, yeah, we could certainly do it. I think on the commercial side, there has to be incentive, or it can be punitive. I think on a real side of things, we would certainly build to those standards. I would encourage council to just be aware of what tool they want to select for this community. I've been part of many facilities where you build, large facilities, and you end up buying a whole bunch of lead points that don't provide value in the future, but that get a nice plaque on the wall. So pick the right one, and I think you'll have full support from us.
Perfect. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Hawkins, you're next, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Councillor Stevens asked my two questions. One was on clustering, the other was on retrofitting buildings. So I'm just going to ask a very specific question, which will be hard, maybe even premature to answer. How important or how advantageous to your plans would be locating a new hockey rink on your site?
Through the chair, and thank you for the question. I'm going to make one comment about clustering through the chair that I do think is of critical importance. I think as the city builds out recreational amenities, they have to realize the impact that they can have on the visitor economy. As much as Mosaic Stadium is a spectacular facility, the Cooperator Center, which was developed for a tenth of the cost, probably drives as much tourism impact to our city as Mosaic Stadium does. And so we need to think about clustering amenities that are recreational and think about our ability to host and our ability to draw people from Western Canada there. And so through the chair, thank you for that question. I will just leave that comment. In terms of the future of the Brandt Center, I do think that the connectivity of a new mid-sized multi-purpose arena allows us to compete with jurisdictions that are much larger than us. We're seeing it with the Grey Cup, that when everything's on one site, we can compete with cities that are much larger than us. I would offer the other point that a new arena-type facility in a downtown location is a catalyst opportunity. And so as much as on the event side, it would be very attractive to develop it on our site, I think what the committee is recognizing is our downtown needs investment, it needs opportunity, but it should be coordinated with some of the other developments that the city is considering, such as libraries and park spaces and pools. But yes, I think there would be a tourism opportunity if you located it on our site. I don't know that you would lose that going downtown, but I certainly get the sense that our committee is recognizing the importance of building a plan for downtown Regina.
Madam Chair, through you, might I try one other thing? One of the things about the mosaic stadium is it's a spectacular architectural building. It draws your eyes for that reason. When you're planning new buildings on your campus, how aware of you are you of architectural value just in terms of creating statements, buildings that are statements?
Through the chair, thank you for this. And I may actually ask Brian Bengert, our designer, to provide some comments because he's got a strong Western Canadian understanding. What I would say is I think we have to design interesting buildings. And I would comment on the fact that I think if we just build boxes, we just don't tell the story of our city. So I think finding a blend between value for money as well as interesting architecture is so critical. Interesting architecture doesn't always have to be expensive. Sometimes you have to challenge your designers to be creative. But I would encourage us never in the city to build just pre-engineered boxes because they don't work. Brian, I don't know if you want to add a comment, if that's reasonable, about design specifically around recreational amenities.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Through the chair, yes, definitely. We've seen through district developments, there's an excitement that gets built and a community spirit that just sort of thrives and builds around these districts. You have a great asset. You have a number of great assets in Regina and a number of great opportunities coming up to build your city into a really exciting and attractive amenity. And I wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Reid's approach, and he's been very supportive of a balance between design and cost, but with an eye towards working a little harder just to get a better product. I think is absolutely the direction to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very encouraged by both the plan and these answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Brasciani, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. Something we've been talking about and waiting for quite some time. So just in regards to, first I want to start off with, there's a lot of infrastructure that's going to be needed within this development. So I need to know, I guess, and we're looking at also when we talk about civic pieces, walking, trails, green spaces, those kinds of things. Can I just ask you, is Real able to finance some of these through this development, through the chair?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Obviously, the last 2 years in the live sports and events business haven't been nearly as good as the ones before. And so I think this is about a long-term plan. We recognize that any debt that we take on actually impacts the city's operating debt perspective, and we need to be cautious with that. I will say one of the limitations that we have is we tend to have all the money available before we can spend it. And that's not the approach that the development community would take. The development community is creative with its financing over a period of time, whether that's long-term leases or it's building assets. And so one of the pieces that I think we are working through with your administration, and specifically Mr. Lacey and his team, is just understanding how we work with debt. Great example of it is within the common space of the YQR distilleries, we end up with this really great community gathering space that's about 10,000 square feet. Well, it's about $1 million to be able to develop that space and to meet the needs of that build out. Ultimately, that build out would generate $35 million a year. $35 million over the life of the contract. But we need to be able to finance against the term of the lease. And so right now, we would essentially finance at one point of time. And so we're working with your team to understand how we finance over a more lengthy term. I don't think we have those answers yet through the chair, but we are working at it. And I do think for us to achieve success in the plan that's in front of you, we have to come up with a mechanism where we finance against the leases that are in place versus just writing a check at one time to be able to develop it. Second piece of that I would encourage is, I do think these are city lands, and ultimately as much as we operate them, when the city develops Dewdney Avenue, it's an investment that is part of your plan. And I think if this is accepted, we need to start working with the city about some of the true community spaces. Where can we invest into it, and where might there be monies to do so on behalf of the city?
Great, thank you very much. So back in 2018, our council had indicated that it's unsustainable. We can no longer continue to give real 800,000 a year. Now we're at this point where we're looking at commercial development to move that forward to say we can be sustainable in this way. Can you just take us forward, Tim, when we move forward with this, when it's developed and complete, what will be the revenue for back to the taxes for the taxpayer to generate for this when this is all completed? To the chair.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. And there's a bit of a ripple effect that I think happens based on the categories of improvement that we've shared. And the first one is and net just from commercial development, it's about $1.5 million to the bottom line, and that's $1.5 million of essentially pure profit. So that's not margin. That's of EBITDA. The effect of having those commercial zones, however, make us more attractive for tournaments, makes it more attractive for people visiting, and so it should support Mosaic Stadium being more active, the Brand Center being more active, and the cooperators and the Affinity Plex. There's a ripple effect of that we believe is about $500,000 to $750,000 a year gained through new revenue sources in our traditional programming, as well as growth from visitation. So, overall, we think that this, and it was in our previous programs, we do think that this represents about a $3 million lift to our bottom line, which won't fix our $40 million deficiency or, our $800,000 grant ask. But, we do think we won't have to come back to you and ask for you for a grant all the time. We certainly want to work, and I think this is important, we certainly need to work with the municipality on the retention of that existing casino grant. That's $2.6 million, because that changes everything if that one goes away. And if we can retain that casino grant and advance commercial development and see growth in our business, I actually think our ability to finance these projects are quite realistic, as well as maintain the assets on our campus. So short answer is yes, we should be able to stop coming back and asking you for an investment every year. This project represents about $1.5 million in direct new earnings.
Thank you. With this development piece, we've heard from others ask questions around other hubs, and Real has done always a great job with communicating if it's partners or the community, and we saw that with the stadium or with the Brand Center recently. With the other hubs, though, if this is developed out, how do you see that benefit if it's Taylor Field lands, if it be the downtown? How do you see this, rather than being a threat to that? How do you see it, or do you see it? What is the benefit if this moves forwards for those other hubs? Through the chair.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. And I actually think it may be one of the most important ones of the day is, and I'm going to go back to a previous question that was asked by Councillor Stevens, I believe. We just need clarity. So if this plan is endorsed by the City of Regina and actualized by the Exhibition Association, I think the other hubs in the other districts can say, okay, we know exactly what's going on there. And they can build complementary program on their sites. I think one of the challenges that we've found through this process is the plans in the other districts are in the works, but they're not finalized. And there's a huge amount of malleability within them right now. So if you were to say to me, hey, what does the yards look like in 10 years? I don't know. I'm not sure what Taylor Field looks like, and I'm not sure that although we have a downtown development plan, that anybody really knows where that goes 10 years from now. And so I think the greatest benefit is we will provide clarity in 100-acre district, and perhaps that allows us to do the same in the other sites.
Great, thank you. You used the words, and this is the last question, you used the word sense of place, and this is very important for this campus or this district. Can you just elaborate on why that's important with this district? Through the chair.
Absolutely, and through the chair, I'd start by saying is we actually have a volunteer that is working with us at Frost who grew up living in the park, and the amazing history that we have on our site is quite unique, but it's quite foundational to the city that we've built. Going to those exhibition grounds has been something most of us have done our whole lives. And, I've only been here for 4 years, but for our children, the exhibition grounds is a place. And I'm sure for many of yours, it's the same. For the next generation, I think that place has to be something different than perhaps it was for the last one or the one before that. And I think placemaking is incredibly important to retaining people in your city. And human capital is so fluid, and every city in Canada is competing not only for their, the labor resource, but also their tax resource. And I think creating a sense of place, every city, I would say this, every city has roads and they all have sewers. And all of them need more roads without potholes, and they need more sewers. But opportunities such as the exhibition grounds really build home. And I think, home is where you want to raise your family. It's where you want to grow generationally. And I think if we do build out sites like ours, it makes Regina just a more attractive place to call home. It won't meet everybody's needs, but it will certainly be a place that people recognize and they go to for purpose. So I don't think this is about a sea of parking with some buildings in the middle. I think this is actually about an experience, and that placemaking concept is so important.
Thank you. I guess, sorry, I do have one last question, and that's in regards to the economic prosperity, not just with tax revenue, but also from an economic piece of jobs that will be created here. If you can just elaborate, we know that here you've hired many Indigenous people around the community that live there, and I've been able, through Frost, to meet many of them. So can you just elaborate how this will provide opportunity for many within the neighborhood as well, through the chair?
Absolutely. I think, when you look at the demographics of our community, we are a unique community, and we're actually in need of employment and job opportunities, particularly job opportunities that are within walking distance. We partner with many of our local community groups. In fact, if anybody was going for a skate at Iceville, you probably saw that, we partner with Mamo-Atherton and some of the neighboring groups, and we pay those not-for-profit agencies to help us do work at our facilities. So, right now there's 45 people shoveling the stadium because we never imagined 15,000 people could show up for an Elvis Stoico event at Fireworks. But they receive a paycheck for doing that, and that's a contribution to their social profit as well as their individuals. In terms of employment, we also offer not only full-time employment, but we're a massive employer part-time. So our work base, generally we carry somewhere between 1,300 and 1,400 employees, and our FTE count is about 250. So lots of those are part-time folks that scale up for events. Just to give you a sense of the impact of employment, when the McDonald's opened, it generated about 50 new employees. The hotel is anticipated to do about 100 new employees. The distillery is anticipated to do about 75. And we have one additional restaurant opportunity that we can't announce today, but we will be bringing to you and council shortly, but it's about another 35 employees. And so every time you lease an acre of land to a commercial property, ballpark of 50 new jobs are created, and those are jobs that are needed in our community. And yeah, that'd be what I would comment.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, I will just make a comment and then I'll be finished. So I guess, or is this just for questions at this time?
Sorry, Councillor Brigiani, this is just for questions right now.
Okay, I'll save my comments. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Brigiani. Councillor Sakiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. I do have a few questions. First, just to note, I really appreciate this plan and the modeling of best practices to achieve council's goals of a vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive community. So my first question is, what kinds of conversations either occurred or will occur with the City Core Advisory Group in the development of this plan? Through the chair.
Through the chair, wonderful question. Probably two elements that have occurred. One is everybody was encouraged to provide feedback. And so we did public engagement around the Everest Place 2.0 plan, and then we did public engagement around the Brand Center 2.0 plan. In terms of direct engagement, we didn't have the City Center Core thing. Sorry. at the time that we were navigating this. But we did meet with 28 stakeholder groups, and we did a presentation on the direction that we were going, and we asked them each to complete a short survey afterwards. Overall, the results were quite positive and supportive. We met with, in terms of the groups that are now currently part of the City Centre Core development team, we did meet with the Warehouse District, we met with the Downtown District, we met with the Hotel Association. There's a number of other local community groups that we met with. So I think they were certainly well aware, and I think they were engaged in the process. Mm-hmm. And obviously, if this is endorsed, I think we would be able to share it at one of the future meetings, pending the agenda with the City Centre Core development team.
Okay, thanks. So on that note, you had mentioned that, this is a document that will be a living document that will continue to be reviewed. Do you have a sense of what kind of timeframes, how regularly it would be reviewed at this point?
Through the chair, that's a great question. And so I think contractually, and Roberta, I may get you to jump in if I tell a lie, I think there's an obligation to review it on an annual basis with you as our owner. From a board of directors standpoint, I know our board of directors review it twice a year. We do a strategic touch point in January as well as another one in June, and this is always at the top of that discussion point. So internally, we do it twice a year. On an annual basis, I believe we do it once a year with you as our owner going forward, and it is a 15-year plan.
Okay. So on that, along those lines, so we have our energy and sustainability framework that's to come to executive committee first in March, and then at this point, and then council in April. So once that document has been finalized, would there then be the opportunity in your next internal review to ensure that your master plan is aligned with the framework?
To the chair, great question. Absolutely, there would be. I think we've had this opportunity to share this conversation a few times. I think there's a desire on our board of directors to make sure that that we support the initiatives of the city. And I think as soon as you get some clarity on that, we'd be happy to partner on it. And that being said, if we don't need to wait and there's direction that council would like to give us or opportunities, we believe we've included. I'm hopeful that you'll see that we responded to the direction of council and some of the design elements that are shared. But if there's more to be done and more that can be done more quickly, I think we would be supportive of that. I do think, and I'll make the same comments I shared earlier, I do think it's important that that there's some incentive for private operators to support the energy and sustainability framework. And we'll look forward to seeing what comes from your plans.
Yeah, okay, so on that note, when you were talking about, you had mentioned now and earlier about ways to incentivize development that aligns with our environmental sustainability goals. Can you give us some examples of ways that you think the city could support, could incentivize that for development on site?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, and there's probably better folks within your own team to be able to answer than we would. But I do know that, and I'll use the example of the distillery that is looking to install renewable energy solar panels on their facility. Currently, that's an investment that private operator has to make, and the return on that investment is however many years. But I think if we wanted to see more of that, whether there was a tax benefit, whether there was a credit, whether it was a granting program, whether there was support in how you apply for provincial or federal grants, I think any of those initiatives would be valuable. My general sense of the partners that we've extended leases with is there's a desire to be more sustainable going forward. Just the tools aren't always there to assist them. So I think if we took actionable steps to incent those initiatives on this site, I think there would be support for it.
Okay, great. And can you also give a sense of the timelines currently planned for site development? So I know you've got several potential tenants in the works. So how quickly are things going to continue to get developed there?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Probably the biggest domino that still has to fall will be in June of this year, where we come back to you from the Arena Strategic Planning Committee with a recommendation on the future of the Bryant Center. You know, the Bryant Center on the site or off the site is actually a really critical decision that has to be made. Because it has a very substantial ripple effect, not only for our site, but I think also perhaps how you build out Taylor Field, and it probably will send some clarity on what happens with the future of the yards as well as downtown. From a development standpoint, we are currently just going into construction on the YQR distilleries. The Canada Centre development is in construction currently. We're optimistic that we will see the hotel go into development this spring, and we're optimistic that we will see at least one other restaurant opportunity go into development this spring.
Okay. So the next, aside from what's already in development, this spring sometime is the possibility of a restaurant and a hotel. Do you have a more specific time frame, or just sometime in the spring?
Thank you. Through the chair, it's somewhat pending development approval. So YQR Distilleries will commence their development this month. We believe that the hotel would like to be in the ground in June, if at all possible. We believe that the restaurant would like to be in the ground in June, if all possible. Everything else, we think, just because of timing and construction season, probably will wait until 2023. And so I think there'll be a fairly substantial development that occurs this spring, pending pricing and access to labor and approvals. And then I think next spring we'll see, another 2 to 3 acres get developed, and then likely another 2 to 3 acres to complete the development after that.
Okay. And another 2 to 3 acres after. Okay, just trying to get a sense of, if we were to put some incentives in, what kind of time frames are we working with? Okay, so I think I just have a couple more questions. To finish up that line of questioning, has there already been conversations with the administration team working on the energy and sustainability framework? And if not, will there be, or are they planned at this time?
Councillor, thank you for the question, and through the chair. Maybe this is an opportunity to speak more broadly, so I'll answer your question first. Absolutely, we've been working closely with your team on the energy and sustainability plan. They've been deeply engaged in some of those opportunities, as well as very supportive in providing some clarity on what might be coming in the future. I also want to recognize that every member of the city team that we've worked with has been incredibly supportive through this process, and in some ways I would say they've been great coaches and mentors, because this is new to us. But from the transit team to the energy team to the site and planning team, really the support that we've seen has been exceptional. So just recognizing that.
Great. Okay, hopefully these two will be quick. Has the city committed to the proposed transit stops within the plan? And then as a follow-up question, since this is a living document, just to confirm that there would be the possibility to add an additional stop if needed at a later point.
Through the chair, I may actually allow your administration to do so. I think in principle the city has committed to stops on the real campus. I think if we needed more, I think they'd be certainly open to it. The ones that are proposed are the ones that they felt would be reasonable. And so I think the commitment is, yes, we will have transit stops on the real district, but the exact number, I don't think we're at that level yet.
Okay, and so my final question is on a totally different note, and so it's something from Appendix 2, which is the master servicing plan. And so there's a part in there, this is page 95 if you happen to have it up, that talks about fire flow failures. And so it's noted that that there, I don't know if that rings a bell, but there's 2 junctions presently fail fire flow failure requirements just north of campus. And then it talks about, with the development, there would still be a fail for fire flow. So I'm wanting more information about that.
Thank you. And through the chair, I wish I could tell you the details on that one, but I can't. So I may look to either Jerry Fisher on our commercial side or Matt Roper from our development side if they can add some actual expertise on that, because I'm not sure that I'd be able to give you a good answer.
Okay.
Gentlemen, either of you have an answer to that, or should we just circle around and we'll get back to council on it?
Yeah, maybe I could start with the generalities around that. Matt's much more technical in terms of his responses, but we are currently working with the city administration and the servicing team to go through a number of questions that they have and make sure that we're in both options, putting with the arena on site or not, that we have the ability to service the site. And they've been very helpful, as Tim mentioned, in terms of asking the right questions, and we're currently in that process. It should take another few weeks to make sure that we have all the right answers in terms of serviceability. So I'll turn it to Matt in terms of anything more technical around that.
Thank you, Jerry. I'm not sure if there's much more that needs to be added other than there is a very detailed site servicing report that is currently just in the throes of completion. Our engineering team has met with the City of Regina engineering team and have started to coordinate some responses to their specific questions regarding any impacts on existing sanitary, water, or other utilities to ensure that we are not drawing upon or causing any additional stressors on any of the flow rates that are currently seen on site.
Okay. And I guess on that note, I had mentioned this already to Tim, but I also saw a note that abandoned pipes may cause concerns at proposed pipe locations. This was from page 78. And we talked about, Tim mentioned about the utility corridor, like some of the concerns with the pipes, the pipe system underground. Will this also be addressed through that process, the site servicing studies and conversations that are occurring with administration?
Yes, that is correct. We will be addressing any underground infrastructure which is now which is currently abandoned or would become abandoned through the modified servicing of the parcels which are proposed on this site.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all the questions I have. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Sahidniak. Councillor Massanelli, go ahead, please.
Thanks a lot. Most of my questions have been answered. A lot of great questions so far. My favorite answer, I was going to ask how hard it was to balance being a subsidiary of the city and trying to be entrepreneurial and in our city, and it was great with your answers on the arena. I think you really summed it up great there. In your presentation, you mentioned the district, of course, transportation being one of the challenges. You have a lot of innovative ideas for everything that's been listed off, but I didn't catch any innovation in that aspect. Has there been any discussion about that, or any interesting ideas that people have come up with?
And just so the chair, maybe specific to the district development?
Transportation is in developing the district.
I think, good question. I think probably the most notable development that comes is how we manage transportation in a site that has recreational need, where everybody wants to park, next to the building so they don't have to walk very far, as well as paid ticketing, as well as introducing the concept of commercial, which is going to need parking that's available. And so I actually think the innovation comes from the idea where we pushed the ring road on our campus to the south. And so right now when you drive through our property, you come in off the Louvain and you essentially drive directly south of the Brand Center. By forcing everybody to the south, we get a site that we can move bus transit through. We get a site that allows us to have pedestrian as well as bike traffic, but we also get a site where we can have fixed checkpoints. So the idea with it is your entrance to QCX would be just to the east of that land or the commercial development, not at the gates off the Louvain. And so part of that also allows us to queue more vehicles than we have in the past. So currently, if you're coming to a big event, you'll probably recognize that we have to change the lights to Louvain, and we impact, that vehicular artery. Well, by pushing things to the south, it allows us to queue up more cars. It allows us not to impact the Louvain the way we have in the past, but it also allows us to give us checkpoints. So although it doesn't look like much, that concept of that South Parkway, or that South Ring Road on our campus, and it was probably the big tipping point in how we thought about moving people on site.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Moule, go ahead, please.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I just want to thank you and your team, Mr. Reid, for all the hard work that you guys have put into this plan. It's great. I just want to make a couple quick comments before I get to question. As a lifelong Regina resident, I love the plan. I love the trees, the windmills, the green spaces, and the soccer field. Soccer, like you said, is a growing sport in Regina. I additionally want to point out that I love sports and recreation when you continue to invest in this important resource. And I agree with you, Mr. Reid, this is not about a sea of parking and a few buildings in the middle. It's so much more. So I love the plan and development. All my questions were asked before, except the one. You said that the potential new arena debate will come before council in June, correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I'm curious, what is the current opinion of the public so far as you've started to engage in public discussion?
Absolutely, and through the chair, we met as a arena planning committee, which is the group that we've put together and really represents folks from across the city. We had a meeting yesterday, and I'm going from memory, but there was about 5,500 participants in the first round of engagement around the Brain Center. I think, Cole's notes on it, and we're going to share this in the next kind of 7 to 10 days publicly, where people were very interested in the conversation. Over 90, 92, 94% felt that the Brand Center was an important asset within our community. So the idea of a mid-sized multipurpose facility was key. In general, those that responded were active users of the facility, so they would go kind of 6 to 10 times a year. What was interesting was the age demographic wasn't as young as we were anticipating, which probably speaks to the fact that some of our 18 to 24-year-olds aren't going there the way that they might in other cities. And so that was a limitation. And then I think they were clear on the fact that the city owns the asset, and general feedback on the existing condition of the existing experience of the Brand Center was probably better than we were anticipating. So the in-game experience, the bowl rated quite high. The parking experience, it was probably the lowest score, and they saw our opportunity for additional food and beverage. So, I'd say Cole's notes are 5,500 people responded, which was great response. Everybody thought the Brand Center was okay. They were aware that it's getting old, and they're aware that it's owned by the city. The next round of engagement, we'll start to ask some questions about, what should we do with it, and where should we consider going with that, and frankly, would you be prepared to pay for it? And so I'm sure that the next one will be a little bit more heated as a debate, but there's lots of interest.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Moule. Mayor Masters, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Good morning, and thanks for the presentation. I have a question about several years ago when we were talking about Real 2.0. Council of the day had come back to us about the connectivity to the yards in downtown. Can you tell me about, I can see the trail that's being developed on site. Tell me about the work you've undertaken relative to connectivity to the yards and to downtown.
Thank you. Through the chair, probably not as much as we need to, speaking candidly. And I think we're in a much better place than we would have been a couple of years ago, because we were speaking often with the team from the yards as well as the folks from downtown. I think working with city administration and the team that is developing these SAS Drive update, they've engaged us often, and I think it's been a valuable conversation. But I don't know that I could clearly answer what's going to happen with that connectivity. So what we've done is we've designed our site with the purpose of essentially receiving on the east side and the west side and the north side. And I think we'd welcome that discussion going forward. But I think it comes back to, I don't know that we have a great line of sight on what does Taylor Field look like, what does the yards look like, what does Sass Drive and what does downtown look like 10 years from now. But I will say I think everybody's working on those and they're including us in the process.
Thank you for that. Through the chair, currently there's no council-approved plan for Taylor Field, and your site is built out. What are we missing, or what's the potential for Taylor Field when we're thinking of a district development from your perspective, given contacts and opportunities that you probably come across regularly?
Thank you, and through the chair, I'm going to come back to the decision on the Brand Center because I actually think it's quite a critical one. If there is a decision that the Brand Center is an important catalyst initiative, or the development of a new mid-size multipurpose facility that is 10,000 seats, if there's a desire for that facility to move off our site, whether that's to the yards or potentially downtown, I actually think that concept that I've heard often of a sports corridor really becomes something that we have to understand. And so how does an aquatic center partner with the existing cooperator center? How do we reimagine perhaps what that outdoor synthetic field could be? How do we talk about things like baseball? That, if depending on what happens with the future of the mid-sized arena, that discussion becomes pretty important. I also don't want to minimize the fact that if there is a desire to build a new aquatic center, which I believe that there is, and if that desire is to put that adjacent or somewhere close to the Lawson, that becomes a really important catalyst amenity that we need to include. And I will say we are working with your team, and they've been great at engaging us on how that works with the existing real campus. But the concept of pedestrian traffic, vehicular traffic, perhaps plus 15 so that we're not walking outside is really key. Ultimately, for us, I'm not sure that Taylor Field lands aren't the most important piece of connectivity that exists. And we think what happens on that site is absolutely critical, and we like the idea of that sports corridor.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to actually zero in on that just a tidge. In terms of the sports corridor then, what I'm hearing from you, I want to know where it goes. I want to know, how do we create the body that can, we have one on arena planning in terms of making a recommendation to council, which will ultimately be a decision of council. But as it relates to that idea of a sports corridor, who is the body that would be working on that?
Thank you, through the chair, and I might be wrong on this, but I think that is part of the reason why we developed the City Center core development team. And I'd like to believe that at a strategic level, that committee has a role to play in the strategy around those lands. But ultimately, on an operational standpoint, I think that would reside with the city. And I'm not actually sure where or who specifically might be leading the initiative on the Taylor Field lands, although I will say we've been fortunate enough to meet with the aquatics team a number of times. And so on Taylor Field, I don't know. I think strategically, the City Center Core Development Team has a role to play, and specifically on the build-out of Taylor Field, we think that's pretty important.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. What I'm hearing is that we currently have a little bit of a disconnect in terms of the district that's being the placemaking or the home, the experience that you're building on site, and bringing that into downtown and into the yards, which, again, the previous council was very clear with your organization that connectivity to the yards and downtown is a key consideration in what you undertake.
And maybe just, and I don't know if that was a question, but maybe I can add a comment to it. I think what we have to recognize is we have a massive amount of winter utilization on our site because of the Cooperator Center, and it is so well programmed. But we've built all the complementary infrastructure around winter activation recreationally on our site. I think we really need to think about how do we do that in the summertime, because although we have some really great concerts and special events and exhibitions, there's no reason that we can't build a soccer hub or a aquatics hub or a baseball hub as well. And so being able to complement what we do in the wintertime would just make year-round use of the amenities that we've already bought and paid for.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Pindura, go ahead, please.
you go. Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Mr. Reid, and to your team, great presentation as always. As Councillor Russian didn't mention that we've been always talking to you. You don't come back to us with a handout, right? So this is a positive move. One question within the destination, building a destination. I have a question on nonprofit groups. I know we're talking about brick and mortar and buildings, but we need to discuss something about people. I think people will build this destination and build this campus as other campuses around us, other nodes that are in the city to work together. Nonprofit groups that are seeking spaces, and I know you work well with groups and all that. Can you give me a little bit more on going forward, the engagement with the community to make the campus their destination for programming different things and having spaces and all that? And of course, affordability as well, right? So, to you, Madam Chair, please. Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful question. So I'll probably tackle that in two pieces. The first one is, currently as REAL, we have 28 standing leases with not-for-profit or social agencies. Where many of them are sports organizations, but they are all not-for-profit organizations, and most of them either have tenancy or residency or fairly complex user agreements with us. And so, right now there's 28 not-for-profit agencies that actually call the Evraz Place site and the Real District home. And so we're doing that today. We do provide discounted pricing for access to our access to our conference and convention space, and so that we can use those spaces. But I think to your question, I think there is opportunity, and we've learned from other cities that the idea of social profit hubs, or sport hubs, allow for people to bump into each other, go for coffee, and have conversations that advance things. And so we could probably do more. Today we have 28 groups that call the Real Grounds home, and we provide discounting for not-for-profit agencies across the city to be able to use our convention and meeting space.
Great. Thank you. All the questions were asked. So again, congratulations to you and your team on the great positive forward thinking of moving Regina in the right direction. So appreciate that. Appreciate all the work. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I see there's no more questions from council. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions, Mr. Reid, please. Now, we talked about being a place where people can work and hiring and walking to work and so on and so forth. I just want to tell you a quick little story, and then I'm going to ask you a question after. I was talking to a friend of mine who's a mortgage broker, and he was happy to tell me that he just mortgaged a house to a young couple that are both working at McDonald's, and they bought a house just across Dudney. So kudos to that. What that leads into your arena strategy, or the people that are kind of planning this, your committee. Has there been any talk, and I'm not sure if you want to answer this or not, any talk of building some type of condos or living complexes for people, considering that the hospital's there, McDonald's is there, Burger King's there, job opportunity, sports, walking path for my dogs on the inside? Just a question, and you're free to answer it or not. Thank you, Mr. Reid.
No, it's a great question, and actually there's been quite a bit of conversation around it. Early on in the process, we had talked about the concept of building out residential opportunities on our site. Very similar, and I'll use the example of Ottawa because I think it may be the one that council members might be the most familiar with. If you watched the Riders beat the Red Blacks and at any point in the end zone of the Lansdowne Park facility, TD Place Stadium, is a condo tower, which is a really interesting property, and we actually explored the same ideas in coordination with the city, and in also coordination with the yards and the downtown bid. I think there was a sense that residential on the Real site was being discouraged, and it would be better focused at Taylor Field. And I think we agree with that. We might have been a bit begrudging it sometimes getting there, but overall, we have thought about it. We've considered it. We've made the decision based on City of Regina feedback, probably that wasn't appropriate. But what we would like to see and what we would encourage is, I think the more density that is created on the Taylor Field lands, the better opportunity our commercial development and our placemaking experience will be. So even though we've talked about it and we moved in a different direction based on feedback we received, perhaps the feedback that we'd like to offer to council is the density of residential development at the Taylor Field build-out, and that plan is essential to our success.
Thank you for that. Another question, the parkade that you talked about, do you have an idea of who will be utilizing that parkade once it's built?
Thank you and for the question, Madam Chair. So we've been working quite closely with the Saskatchewan Health Authority, and obviously parking is always a challenge around our hospital facilities, and we've been quite proactive to sit down and meet with them to say it's not going to get any better for us. Right now on any given day, there's about 400 staff that will park on the real campus or in the surrounding neighborhoods, and I'm sure we're all aware of it. When you drive through North Central during the day, there's every street's full, and our site has a whole bunch of parking that is full at the furthest points from our door. And so the reality of it right now is we're lacking parking at the Pasqua, and I believe the SHA recognizes that, as do we. What we've been working with them on is the concept of a 1,000-unit parkade that would have connectivity to the Pasqua and ultimately to the International Trade Center. The Pasqua currently has about 1,000 people that work during the day, about 400 that work during the evening, which ends up being really complementary for us because their peak time is daytime and their late time is evening, and we just flip that. And so I think what we're trying to work towards, and I do believe we'll get there eventually, is a really synergistic parkade option, which during the day is used for medical staff and medical professionals that work at the Pasqua, and then in the evening is used for event-driven traffic on the real site.
Thank you for that. I had one further question, and we're going to go down this, and then I know you and I've talked lots about it. Wheelchair parking. I don't want to come back to you with the concerns that we had before. Can you tell us what you're doing to ensure that there will be adequate wheelchair parking on the grounds for people?
Thank you, and Madam Chair, for the question. I think we've worked really closely with your planning team to make sure that there's adequate wheelchair parking, but I think we've also taken some pretty substantial steps that those with accessibility opportunities just can move more freely on our campus. So the concept of actual fixed paths, connectivity in the rows to be able to get into various parts of the building, as well as accessibility parking. So the parking piece, I think it will be resolved based on planning. But I think what I'm really proud of is the fact that we have a site now that people with just mobility issues will be able to navigate more easily going forward than they have in the past. So I think the new plan is significantly more accessible, more inviting, and frankly, probably more user-friendly for those that have mobility challenges.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. I see no further questions from committee. You can please leave the meeting now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Can I now ask Mr. Lacey from administration to introduce the report? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Through you, Deputy Mayor. I'll keep my comments short. I think Mr. Reid has really laid out the purpose of why the report's here in front of council. Maybe just to recap, the City of Regina and the Regina Exhibition Association entered into a lease over the past year with respect to the campus lands. And part of the requirement under that lease was for them to return and submit a master site plan and design guidelines for commercial development there for City Council approval. And so this report and the plan that Mr. Reid's organization has submitted meets that obligation.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Does anyone can anyone have any questions and a friendly report to approve the recommendation of the City Council meeting on the February 26th?
So moved. Andrew?
Yeah. We need to read it. Oh, okay. Sorry, we have to amend this. Please introduce yourself. No, we're right down here. Sorry, we have to amend it. Can I have someone move the report with a friendly amendment to approve the recommendations at City Council meeting on February 16th?
So moved. Andrew.
Thank you, Councillor Andrew. Do we have any questions on this report? No. No? Councillor Bresciani, did you have a question?
No, I have a comment.
Okay.
Thank you. So I absolutely support this for many reasons. Back in 2018, just for the history, for new councillors, Real had come forward, and I think it was for quite a few years before that. They were continually asking for more dollars, and it was, you know, a continue of 800,000. They eventually reduced it to 400,000. We asked them to come back with something sustainable, something that they could actually, they are part of the city, but we really needed them to look at opportunities. So I appreciate the fact that they are looking at developing this campus. I was, last year I was able to go to East Village, which is a neighborhood within Calgary and very comparison to a North Central community here in Regina. And they revitalized that area and that neighborhood. They did also condos. Their new library sits within that area as well. And what we learned there is it absolutely became a hub of that area. It was an area that was dying, and where no one wanted to go down, and kind of safety was a concern as well. And it turned things around. And so I see this as a very similar situation where we now are looking at an opportunity to build a vibrant area within a campus and revitalize the area. So if it's going to be the Taylor Field lands, the community of North Central, as well as I think there will be overlap into the other areas if it's downtown or the warehouse. So I really have to say thank you to Tim Reed and the Real staff for moving this forward. I want to touch on one last point that I think is important, sustainability. When I saw this is way more sustainable than we've ever seen anything come to council on. So when I saw that, I actually think it's going to raise the bar, and I hope that our city staff will take away, and I do think that there is going to be having to have some incentives as we move forward. But collaborative effort on all of this, and I just want to say thank you. And I think as from a taxpayer point of view, we're actually going to see the tax revenue, but it's also about community and people that are going to benefit from being in this neighborhood and living in this neighborhood as well. So again, I absolutely support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. We have a mandatory break at 10:30, but I'd just like to ask if there's any questions from members on this report. So I see no members have any more questions. Can I have the clerks start the vote, please? Okay. The motion is carried 10-0. Okay. So, in saying that, we will call our 15-minute recess and we'll come back at 10:45.
Association, but it does treat all property in the city equally and is simple to administer. These benefits, along with some feedback from the Recovery and Efficiency Task Force, align with some of the feedback we received and may encourage payment arrangements resulting in reduced arrears in total. And then the only other comment I would have is outlined in the report. The city has implemented several initiatives to assist businesses since March of 2020, including extending the 2020 deadlines for property tax and utility bill payments, waiving fees for mobile food and outdoor restaurant seating permits, improving the tax installment payment plan service, and the establishment of a $2 million Regina Economic Recovery Grant program that provided matching grants to businesses to help adapt to new ways of doing business because of COVID. Be happy to answer any questions committee members have.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Can I have someone move the report with a friendly amendment to approve the recommendations at the City Council meeting on February 16th?
Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Any questions from the members on this report? Councillor Hawkins, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you, I have just one question for the administration. Was any surveying or testing done to see whether this kind of program was being requested by property owners? And as a follow-on to that, do we have any indication that our property tax arrears are increasing or decreasing? Do we know whether they've been affected by the pandemic?
Mr. Lacey, go ahead, please.
Through you, Deputy Chair, thanks for the question. So, with respect to the recommendation, maybe with respect to the latter part of the question, property tax arrears and where we're at as at December 31st is very consistent with the amount of arrears we typically see even pre-pandemic levels. So I think the encouraging thing is both non-residential but as well as residential property owners are paying their taxes and are paying their taxes at rates consistent with pre-pandemic levels. That's not to say we don't know necessarily how they're paying those taxes and perhaps, if they have to seek financing, et cetera, to make that tax bill. We don't know what they need to do as individuals because we do know, some individuals and businesses are challenged, but payment rates remain the same. With respect to the recommendation in front of you, we have not gone out and we have not done specific survey or sampling around what the reaction would be to this. We do believe that, and I'll perhaps ask Ms. Bryden to speak further on this in a moment with respect to our current payment program, where we do set up payment program with individuals wanting to have a repayment plan with us, but they still are charged the 1.75% penalty rate. So we do believe that this would provide additional help and incentive to individuals that are having difficulty paying their taxes and to provide that ability to get into formal payment arrangements with us and pay a lower penalty rate. So we do see it as a positive. Perhaps I'll ask Ms. Bryden just to talk about what interactions we do have with ratepayers who are having challenges paying their property taxes and the discussions that we have with them with respect to our current repayment plan system and how we believe this would benefit, perhaps have a broader benefit and broader support and help to individuals looking to pay their taxes. Ms. Bryden?
Thank you, through the chair. So we frequently are working, we're always working with customers, helping them to meet their tax requirements, and are very frequently asked when we're setting up payment plans, if there is a way that penalties can be reduced or removed altogether when they're entering arrears payment plans, similar to TIPS. So right now, property owners can enter the TIPS program to pay their current year's taxes, and if you're on the TIPS program, there are no penalties. It's a benefit to the city to have regular installments and taxes paid on time. So that's really the only message I can share, is that we do frequently hear from customers about the penalty rates and if they could be reduced. And we believe that we will have a better success rate of keeping payment plans on par, or, you know, helping people, encouragement for people to remain within their payment plans, if we could offer them a reduced penalty rate for doing so.
Just a brief follow-up, Madam Chair. This would be true whether it was, what you've answered would be true whether it was pandemic time or not pandemic time. Is that not correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that is correct. And I would foresee if this program is successful, that we would likely continue it beyond pandemic times.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Mayor Masters, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. What are the terms of any mortgage relative to property taxes? Mr. Lacey.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, it is typically based on prime plus some percentage above prime rate. And that percentage above prime rate typically depends on your credit rating and other factors that perhaps you can bring to the table with respect to collateral, etc. And so that will influence at the end of the day the mortgage rate you do get. We have in the recommendation section, we have 0.75% monthly in there as the reduced rate, which works out to be about 9.3, 9.4% on a compounded annual rate. And so we chose that level in part when we looked at what someone would typically need to, if a person went to their financial institution and paid some of the higher rates that might be there with respect to a line of credit, etc. And so we placed that rate a little bit above what someone might pay. I guess I would frame it as a worst case scenario going to your financial institution. So that was the basis and background on how we arrived at the 0.75%, because it was tied to what someone might pay if they sought financing from a financial institution and did not necessarily have collateral or other challenges when seeking financing.
Thank you. You referenced that you weren't sure how they were paying their taxes. If I have a mortgage, commercial or residential, do I have a requirement in my mortgage that I have to be current on my property taxes?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify on that. So people that have mortgages, whether you're a business or whether you're an individual, to basically maintain your mortgage, as an example, in good standing, you're required to pay your annual taxes. And so we have heard anecdotally that, for example, in some situations, taxpayers have had to go out and potentially seek additional financing to pay their current year taxes in order to stay current, in order to honor the obligations of their mortgage in that particular example. We just do not have the background, obviously, with respect to knowing how often that's occurring. But we do believe that there is occasion where that is occurring with respect to taxes being paid, but perhaps having to take out additional financing to be able to do that.
Thank you for that. What was the amount we budgeted in property tax arrears this year?
So I'll perhaps ask Ms. Bryden if she has that number handy.
Through you, Madam Chair, we don't specifically set aside a budget for property tax arrears. We do adjust our allowance annually. Our penalty, we do budget for property tax penalties. And this year, I believe we budgeted around 3.4 million in property tax penalties.
Is that number in terms of budgeted penalties of 3.4 million higher or lower than the previous couple of years?
That is higher.
Why would we have done that?
So we do calculate the arrears penalties based on compounding interest, and some of those accounts that are longer in tax enforcement, of course, their penalty would build.
So this isn't, you weren't predicting that we were going to have more properties in arrears, simply that the ones currently in arrears, it was a compounding interest basis.
That's correct.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Given some of the requests that I can see in sort of the other cities that we've looked at, do you have any insight into why 2020 seemed to be the year during the pandemic that most municipalities were moving to some sort of extension on due date, but not 2021?
Mr. Weary?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, maybe I'll make some initial comments and then ask Ms. Bryden if she has additional background. Certainly what we've seen in our interjurisdictional research is that in the first year of the pandemic, most municipalities did in fact move back the due date of their property tax payments. And I think similar to us, that was an attempt at a quick reaction of where we were in the pandemic at that point in time to help out businesses. I think we've seen in many areas of our lives the pandemic has been evolving, and it necessarily hasn't taken the path that maybe we initially predicted. And I think there's been learnings as we've lived with pandemic. And so I think what you've seen is municipalities initially deferring taxes in the first year. Then you saw other levels of government coming in providing support. And then I think in the out years what you saw a number of cities do was move to more targeted programs, more business support type programs, as opposed to a broad tax relief basis. And so you do see not all cities, I think universally almost all cities did move back their initial tax deadline date, but you did see a number of cities then move to more of a business or a focused grant support system, Regina being one of them with respect to the Regina Economic Recovery Grant Program. Ms. Bryden, do you have any additional comment on why you believe you've seen kind of a shift in support focuses from municipalities over time?
No, I don't believe I have anything to add.
Thank you for that. Through the chair, I actually appreciate the recommendation for a reduced penalty rate upon application based upon industry that's been hit hard. Are we premature in denying the request from the Regina Hotel Association?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I think that, you know, we have this recommendation in front of you today. We've had previous recommendations like the Regina Economic Recovery Grant Program. And I would say that just because Council is approving a certain recommendation today does not mean that at a future date Council may decide that further support's required, and that can happen at any future point in time.
Thank you for that answer. Through you, Madam Chair. Is there a difference between a property going under that is a hotel versus one that is perhaps a 5,000 square foot retail building?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm assuming you're referring to that not so much with respect to what the process is, because I think the process is similar.
Correct.
But with respect to what that impact might be.
We register property tax liens, they go into default. Ultimately, it's a matter of the city takes it back or goes up for auction. What is the difference between 5,000 square feet of retail space being vacant and an entire hotel being vacant?
So through you, Madam Mayor, I guess I'd make a couple of comments. One, I think to any individual or business owner that's experiencing that, I'm sure that, you know, the stresses and the impacts on them as a business owner personally are probably, you know, I wouldn't want to speculate to guess that they're not both feeling that that's having a significant impact on their lives and on their business. You know, I think it's fair to say that with larger properties, with larger footprint, more employment, et cetera, that does have a broader impact to the economy and to individuals, you know, should that business eventually close.
Thank you. No disrespect intended. I'm not particularly interested in feelings. I'm interested in, from the city landscape, from a property tax basis, from a supportive tourism and visitor economy basis, if we have vacant hotels, does that mean something different to, say, downtown than a 5,000 square foot building going vacant?
To you, Deputy Mayor, so, you know, I do believe that obviously, depending on the type of business, like hotels, that can have a broader impact and a trickle-down effect, if you want to call that, so to speak. I think there's certain sectors, certainly as the pandemic has worn on, that are being impacted more than others. So I think the recommendation that we bring forward here in no way discounts those challenges. You know, I think when looking overall at what recommendation did we want to bring forward, some of the considerations we had is other support programs out there. And, you know, more recently, the federal government has implemented some support programs specifically targeted at the hospitality sector. I think recognizing some of the things that Mayor Masters is referring to, as well as a program for those businesses that are significantly hard hit, like 50% reduction in revenue. The other thing, you know, that I think we've been challenged with is with the different levels of government and the different levels of fiscal capacity each level of government has, with perhaps municipalities having the less fiscal capacity, what's our role in helping and providing those supports? I don't think there's any right or wrong answer there, but it is, I think, a question to be asked when thinking about what type of programs, you know, the city should look at supporting and structuring, and where best to target its limited funds to provide supports to businesses. So, you know, I think this is a very challenging area with respect to determining what is that right level of support. And we have provided a number of other options in the paper for council's consideration, knowing that that there is that challenge around, you know, what should be the right level of financial support we should be providing for a whole number of reasons, including economic impacts, and the impact on businesses are different as we've moved further through the pandemic.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate the notion that municipalities are perhaps not best positioned for this. Through you, Madam Chair, are you familiar with the federal hospitality programming and what funds would be available for the Regina Hotel Association members or hotels that aren't members?
So through you, Madam Chair, I'll refer that question to Ms. Bryden. I think she'd be more informed than I am on the particulars of that program.
Through you, Madam Chair. So we do have some information on that program, and it was that is a newer program, and I have had conversations with the Hotel Association to try and understand whether or not this program would be beneficial for the hotels. And as of my last conversation related to that, we weren't clear on how beneficial it would end up being for them, as there hadn't been much for applications. But you know, the federal program does provide support, but it is at the requirements are for, sorry, I've got to look up my notes here. The requirements are for a significant loss of revenue with businesses, and so there we are. So we weren't sure exactly how the hotels would benefit in Regina.
Thank you very much for that answer, Ms. Bryden. Would it be worthwhile to know that answer before denying the request for 2021?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, you know, I think there was a number of factors that we considered, and certainly that is an additional factor that we don't have here today. And so, you know, in bringing this report forward as a point in time that we were bringing these recommendations forward, would certainly acknowledge that if additional information comes available, that program is not really very effective, or is a program in the nature that really does not support hotels as we believe its initial purpose was. You know, certainly I guess that would be another piece of information that would be available for council in its decision-making process.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey. Councillor Hawkins did ask you a question about engaging. Did we engage with the Chamber of Commerce here, the Regina District Chamber of Commerce, in terms of the program presented?
Yeah, thank you. Through Deputy Mayor, so we've had conversations with the Chamber of Commerce, but I do believe our last conversation with them was in September or thereabouts in the early fall. And at that point in time, we were leaning towards a recommendation of status quo, i.e. that is, which would be option one under the report before you, so not to offer any support. My understanding is, and well, perhaps I'll just ask Ms. Bryden in a second to comment on that conversation with the chambers in September and what that discussion was since she had it. As Ms. Bryden's indicated, we've had ongoing conversations with the Regina Hotels Association as well. Ms. Bryden, maybe you could speak to the particulars of that conversation you had with the chambers in the fall.
Thank you, through the chair. So I did have regular conversations with the chamber, and you know, the position of the chamber was really supporting the belief that you know, property taxes are important to support the community, and the repayment of property taxes or the payment of property taxes is important, and also understanding the juggle, if you will, between you know, how a municipality supports the community and fiscal responsibilities. So there was there was a lot of collaboration at that time with the chamber, but recently there has not been a conversation, certainly since we put this recommendation in place.
Thank you very much for that answer, and I do sincerely appreciate the juggle in terms of the importance of collecting property taxes to support all programs and funding necessary to support city operations, as well as just the fairness that the equality and the fairness that you've highlighted in the report. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Sakidniak, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I just have a couple comments that I really appreciate this report. I think that administration did a great job of creating a solution that is fair to across the entire city and for both residential and commercial property owners. And note that this solution is unique to Regina, so I think it's exciting when we're able to pioneer something that makes sense for our community. And so I think that's it. I just think that it is a fair solution, and I appreciate the work that went into this. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sikiniak. Councillor Stevens, go ahead, please.
Thank you through the chair. I just want to follow up with a comment based on the mayor's line of questioning, which is solid. When we discussed this at the Efficiency and Recovery Task Force, there was no interest in taking a position on this particular request, but the thought was a matter of how do we prioritize spending. There is an economic cost to this request, and frankly, it was determined to be a better use of resources if we spent it on events and activities that bring people to the city and put them in restaurants and bars and pubs and ultimately in in hotels and into the downtown and in warehouse, which is what we're doing with Frost by example. So if we're going to be spending a certain amount of money, it was really determined that for both fairness reasons as well as economic activity, that we just focus on the demand side rather than investing in what would essentially be a loss. There was going to be no economic activity generated by the spending. So it really was a matter of how we should prioritize money in case council or committee wanted a bit more background as to why we made that determination. And I'm also pleased that one of the recommendations to reduce the costs associated with tax arrears was addressed in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. There's no further questions. I'd like to ask a couple. First of all, kudos for the engagement. Second question, I'm not sure, are we allowed to pay our taxes through our credit cards or a line of credit? Are we able to do that? I wasn't sure. I'd just like to ask.
Thank you for the question through you, Deputy Mayor. So currently, you're not able to pay your property taxes through your credit card. This is something that we are looking at from a policy perspective this year. It is historically, I would say, not been unusual for organizations and cities, but other organizations as well, for large payment type of expenditures not to accept credit cards. That's in part because the credit card company actually charges those organizations, including the city, between 1 or 2% of that purchase cost. So that becomes an expense for the city in accepting credit cards. There have been, I've seen more recently, organizations moving to allowing credit cards on larger dollar value purchases, but then charging something like a service fee or a convenience fee that basically would make up that amount that organization would typically then have to pay to credit card companies. So that's something that we're currently looking at, and looking at that from a policy perspective this year. And once we have that policy sorted out, then we can look at how we might implement changes to the type of payment methods individuals have when making payment to the city.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey, because the 1 or 2% charge that we're going to get charged is a lot better than not getting anything. And I know in light of this year, a lot of people have used a credit card for big purchases, things that they needed because they just didn't have the extra cash, wages had to go down, maybe, you know. So I really encourage that because I didn't know that wasn't possible, and I would have, you know, kudos that you're looking at that. One other question, though, I have with the Hotels Association, and I'm asking this because I actually don't know the answer. How many hotels in Regina are independently owned versus chain owned? Does anyone have an answer for that?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure we have that answer, but if anybody does, it would be Miss Bryden. So I will ask her if she is able to comment on that.
Thank you. Through the chair, no, that is information I do not have available to me.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have. We have some more questions. Councillor Hawkins, can you go ahead, please?
Madam Chair, I'm taking it that this is the moment for comment as well. Is that correct?
It sure is.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm opposed to this recommendation. I'd like to set the reasons out. First and foremost, this is a new program, and we've absolutely no data at all in terms of its design. If we have any data, it's to suggest that arrears haven't increased from pre-pandemic times to pandemic times at the moment. So I'm very nervous about eroding the city tax base on the basis of a program that has no data associated with it. Secondly, I want to emphasize the point that's already been made that the taxes we collect are needed to support the activities of the city. This is a 0.9, almost $1 million in the first year, with the possibility that it would be continued. $1 million is a lot of money, and I'm just not persuaded that this is the highest and best use for that money. Thirdly, it is correct that other areas, other levels of government are in a much better position to finance this kind of a program than we are. And I think that we have to be cognizant of the fact that we aren't in the same position that they're in. So while I have real sympathy for the need here, I don't know the nature of that need. I don't know the extent of that need. I'm concerned about the extent of this program. And I'm also conscious, maybe a little bit hopefully, that we are coming out of the pandemic. So in a sense, I'm not sure that if this program was ever needed, that it's needed at this time. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this recommendation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bricciani, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. So the question, I guess, in regards to the hotels, I know that, is there, like, can they be late paying their taxes? Like, can they default to, you know, kind of any kind of a, you know, pay in 3 months or pay in 6 months? Has there been any in the last, you know, has that been an option anywhere? And I guess, you know, I'll just start there. Thanks.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, so I would say the option, I think what you're describing is just a version of option number 3 in the report. And what that option is basically saying is that, sorry, let me reframe that. That is not a version of option number 3. It is, I think it would be a version of option, the last option, option 4, where you're just targeting hotels that meet certain criteria, and then under that, they would have the ability to repay over a certain time period without penalty. Or a version of that could be for a certain time period, there's no penalty, and then after a time period, there is a penalty. So I think, you know, we considered that more broadly, but we considered that in the context of, and I do appreciate there are some businesses that are likely, and more than likely we know are probably more significantly impacted than COVID than others. But overall, I guess as administration, we wanted to avoid picking particular businesses that would qualify under option 4. And if there's an interest in pursuing option 4, I think we've recommended then that it be more broadly based than just a specific business or sector, and that there be then criteria in place that if you qualified for it, regardless of your nature of your business, then you'd be eligible for, I think, something similar to what you've described, Councillor.
Okay. I guess, thank you for that clarification. You know, I guess, what is the risk, I think, that it would be associated, do we think, with the fall of the last 2 years with, when we talk about hotels, I'll just use that as an example, some of them pay, you know, 80, 100,000 in property tax. We're talking and a large building and facility. So again, what is the risk if we don't offer anything? And I guess in conversation with the hotel industry, like we've been 2 years in a pandemic. How do they stay alive if there is not granted an option? To the chair.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I think the risk, like any business that might be struggling financially, is that they're no longer able to be in business. And then that either has an impact of, that hotel being, or that business being sold, or ceasing operations. And so I think, the questions that were asked previously around, impacts of larger businesses or different types of businesses would hold true here as well. Having, so that is the risk, and we've tried to balance that with respect to the city's overall financial capacity. Do you target just specific businesses? If you're going to target specific businesses, what criteria do you use to differentiate businesses that are suffering substantially from COVID? And balancing that with basically fiscal capacity as well, because those are taxes then that are deferred in payment, which the city basically, probably would fund through cash reserves, which would mean we just didn't have less investment income. So I think it's a balance, and I think there certainly are potential impacts, both sides of the equation.
Thank you for that. If it's a deferral, though, Mr. Lacey, through the chair, I would see it then it's not going to be a loss of revenue. We're going to get it. It's just no different than what we did with homeowners. They could pay 3 months later or 6 months later. It would just be a deferral. We'll still see that money come back. Right now, I understand with hotels, there is a penalty that is paid if they are late. Is that accurate?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, that is true. Like any property owner that is late in paying their taxes, there's a penalty, and that penalty is the same for all property owners. And that is true as well, that with deferral of property taxes, ultimately, the city either receives funds for those taxes because they are eventually paid, or down the road, the city has tax enforcement options available to it. In those situations, it's really about the impact on the city's finances is around cash flow. And so that essentially means you have less cash coming in, which just means you overall, the net impact of that is less cash on hand. And the bottom line then is that's just less interest that you're earning, or investment income that you're earning. So ultimately, the dollar amounts, the investment income, I 100% agree from an actual revenue perspective. The collection of that revenue is just deferred to a later date.
So we don't lose that revenue, it's collected later. I guess the last question, and then, some businesses I heard when we were in the pandemic, they did reach out to city admin, and that's why we kind of came up with that grant for businesses, and we said, well, hotels can get that. But again, it was to a cap amount, so it was kind of not similar in the fact. But I guess have we heard from hotels in particular, and maybe some businesses that are saying, listen, if we do not receive any help with our taxes, even a deferral to just help us get through this next year or 6 months, have we heard from any of those that they will be closing their doors? And you don't have to give me names, but I just need to know, has there been conversations with the city that they are in stress or distress? To the chair.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I might refer that question to Ms. Bryden because it's herself and her staff that deal most directly with our property tax payers.
Thank you, through the chair. So, we haven't heard directly from hotel owners per se that say, that they're in stress. But anecdotally, we understand that they are struggling. And as I said, I've been having frequent conversations with the Regina Hotel Association to stay in touch and try and understand what they're going through. I'd also like to note that, tax deferrals, while there is some benefits, there is also some challenges, and it's for the business that's getting the tax deferral. At the end of the day, as you said, it is a deferral, and so then that means that they have to pay it. So, you push it, it's like kicking the can down the road, and sometimes that creates more problems than is helpful. I could also add that several of our hotels, about 2/3, I believe, are on our TIPS program, so they are managing through TIPS, and all of our hotels have been managing to stay current with their property taxes to date.
Okay. The penalty rate, have any cities or any research that we found, have they done anything separate for reducing the penalty rate if it's late?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure if I'm answering the question here, but I believe with us reducing the penalty rate, if someone enters into a formal payment plan with us, if their taxes are overdue, to our knowledge, we would be the first jurisdiction to do that. Certainly of the larger cities that we've looked at. So maybe I'll ask: is that the question you had, or have I missed specifically what you're looking for?
What is the penalty rate right now, through the chair?
So through you, Madam Chair. So taxes are due on June 30th of a year. And so after June 30th, if you haven't paid your taxes are considered to be late and owing. And so in the current year, so I'm just going to use 2021 as an example. So from July 1st to the end of the year, December 31st, the penalty rate's 1.5% a month. And most people think about interest rates on an annual basis, so that works out to be about 19.6% annually. And then after, if you still haven't paid your taxes by December 31st of the year that they were due, then the penalty rate increases to 1.75% after December 31st. And that, from an annual perspective, works out to be about just a little over 23% annually.
23% annually, okay. Okay. I'm going to leave it there. I'll let others speak on this, but yeah, I'm wondering if we don't have to have, a discussion with, we are in a pandemic, and I know we're coming out, some have said we're coming out, but I struggle with the fact that if we don't have businesses operating, which create jobs in our hotel industries, that hire, I sometimes, even if we looked at even a 3-month extension, like we did for the homeowners, I still think that could even help out, because summers can also be busy with tournaments, may help them out as well. But I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fisciani. Mayor Masters, go ahead, please.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. How do we set taxes for commercial properties? How do we come up with the assessed value that we tax then on? And specifically, let's go to hotels. How do we assess the property tax, the value in order to come up with the assessed value on a hotel?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll refer that question to Ms. Bryden.
Thank you, through the chair. So hotels are assessed. In Saskatchewan, we use mass appraisal based on market value, and for hotels, we use the income approach.
Okay, so thank you for that answer. While terrifying, because my follow-up question is, in the next reassessment year, what happens to our property tax levy against hotels?
Good question. So I'm sure that if there is an impact, we will see it in the next revaluation, and we won't know that until we see all of the analysis of revenues and expenses for each of those properties.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb here based upon my conversations with the Regina Hotel Association, knowing that they're about between 34 to 38% of pre-pandemic levels for at least 2 years, and Q1 of 2022 just got wiped out. So I got 2 years and a quarter out of a 4-year assessment ring, which has suppressed the values then of what we'll be able to collect in property taxes for the next 4 years. Have I got the gist of this right?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'll ask maybe just Ms. Bryden to comment on that. The reassessment system here is unique in that it's every 4 years, so I believe what they'll be looking at is the 2023 year, which is, I think, difficult to predict, but I'm not an expert in this area, so I'm going to ask Ms. Bryden maybe to elaborate on that more, about the challenge of predicting what future property taxes might look like.
Thank you, through the chair. So in Saskatchewan, it is a 4-year cycle, and in all likelihood, the assessment of the hotels will decrease in the next reval, and but the impacts of 2020 and 2021 will be considered with all of the years of that are within that 4-year cycle. It's quite common with revaluation there, where we see fluctuations in markets, but I think it's probably, again, I don't want to predict, but based on what you just stated and what we all know, it is likely that the assessment value of the hotels will decrease.
Thank you. Councillor Mancinelli has a question after me. I think I'm going to reserve what I want to say next till after Councillor Mancinelli talks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I was enjoying those questions, actually. They're very interesting. I kind of took this in a different pattern. I stopped to look at the deferral programs they had in other municipalities across the West, and when I started to read the different terms of those programs, it kind of struck me as one of those do not pay for 1 year, but they still accumulate interest and they're starting to charge right at the end of that year. Do you have a little bit more pertinent information than my assumptions about those other programs that are offered?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll ask Ms. Bryden to comment on the particulars of other cities that have deferral programs and the nature of those programs.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, Councillor Mancinelli, you are correct. That is in general, there were some deferral programs where, much like we did in 2020, we deferred taxes, the property tax deadline to the end of September. Some other cities offered a longer deadline, and I can tell you that Calgary in particular offered a property tax deferral to the hotels last year, and that they are now due in Calgary. And yes, once that deferral timeline has ended, if the taxes aren't paid, then they start incurring penalties.
And those penalties are of the nature you described earlier when they were rolling up every month, correct?
Yeah, sorry, through the chair, my apologies. Different municipalities across different provinces do have different ways of applying their penalties. So it kind of varies on how penalties are applied.
Okay. At least I understood what I was looking at properly out of Calgary, and with that line of thinking, I appreciated the program put forth to keep things on a balanced and cooperative nature to catch up through the pandemic. I'm interested in hearing more in this conversation until I really sum up my total thoughts, but with that line of thinking, I thought that was pretty cooperative. One more comment on the credit card payment. I appreciate that we're going to be taking more forms of payment for convenience. I just have a hesitation on someone paying their entire property taxes on a credit card because they're tight for money and going into a 20 to 30% payment plan on their property taxes through the credit card. It's good of the City of Regina to offer the TIPS program, which they started up, and it's a great program to keep current and out of trouble with your finances. So just wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Mayor Masters, go ahead, please.
Thank you for coming back to me, Madam Chair. Councillor Regina had asked a question in terms of best practices during the pandemic. I guess I have a curiosity, which is, does every jurisdiction we have looked at already have a reduced penalty rate based on hardship, or are they all credit card interest like we are, just on a normal business year?
So through you, Mayor Masters, with respect to the penalty rates that are charged, they vary, I think, quite greatly across the country. Perhaps ask Ms. Bryden to comment on it further. I don't think we're the highest, but I think we're probably on the higher end of that spectrum. But they do vary quite a bit. Ms. Bryden.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, our penalty rates are on the higher end, certainly, but again, as Mr. Lacey stated, you know, it is quite a variation across municipalities, and yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. I didn't want to leave anyone with the impression that we're totally out on a limb here in terms of reducing rate based on hardship, especially based upon a pandemic hardship, if folks need. The difficulty I have is the difference between a deferral and arrears. If we defer a date, yes, they become due, but no one is in default of a mortgage. The moment you hit arrears status, you're in default of your mortgage terms. So you better have a pretty good relationship with your banker. So I do have some difficulty with that. However, from a fairness perspective in terms of landlords and owners, I find myself along the lines of what Councillor Hawkins referenced, is that we have no data as it relates to point number one. Point number two only kicks in if we amend point number one. And I have a bit of a longer term problem with the hotels, based upon the fact that we are looking at market value based upon income of hotels. And I think there's probably something that needs to weigh in here in terms of council's decision on this denial or whatever, relative to what the next, call it 4 years, looks like from now, knowing that reassessment year will probably be 2023, kicking in 2024, in terms of a property tax drop potentially. So there's a piece of me that I would like to refer back, point number 1, 2, and 3, back to administration. One, to gather a bit more data in terms of uptake, and perhaps just a tidge of investigation for us on, since we've got all this great reference material on what other jurisdictions are doing, if it wouldn't be too hard to get perhaps a sampling of 6 Western cities on what they're doing in terms of their penalty rates as a matter of course. But to deny the request of the Hotel Association of 25, I'm just wondering if we shouldn't look at hotels in a bit of a longer term perspective to understand what may be facing council 2 to 3 years from now. Mr. Lacey, do you have any comment on that, referring that back? Because I know that's extra work too.
Mr. Lacey, go ahead. Sorry, sorry.
Through you, Mayor through you, Deputy Mayor. I think through this conversation, I think it just demonstrates that it is a very challenging conversation about what's the right balance and what's the appropriate amount of supports. for us as a municipality to provide. It's interesting you talk about maybe a longer term plan than a one plan piece. You know, to Mr. Councillor Mancinelli's comments, you know, outside of the initial year, most cities did not provide deferral except for Calgary, and Calgary only provided deferral to their hotels, essentially for 1 year. We are aware that the hotels have come back to Calgary now and asked for additional supports for the next year. And so it does show that, you know, it's not necessarily a one-year solution, because the one-year solution in Calgary for that particular year helped hotels, but clearly the hotels believe there's additional supports needed moving forward. So, I mean, we would certainly, you know, because this is, I think, it's a challenging conversation about where's the best place to land and for the city to provide the best supports within its financial means. You know, we'd be more than happy to go away if there is specific things council would like us to dive into deeper and provide perhaps additional options in particular areas. If we had some direction around that, we'd certainly be happy to go away and come back.
Thanks, Mr. Lacey. In terms of the referral back on point number one, and again, this will still be a vote of council, but in terms of the arrear payment, first thing is, do other municipalities, and just pick a sample size of 5, it's fine, do other municipalities currently have a reduction in penalty interest rate based upon a hardship application?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I understand that there is no other municipality that offers a reduction in their penalty rates. We would be the only one that would be doing that, to our knowledge, and that would basically be on if you entered into a formal payment plan for us. So no one else is offering reduced penalty rates as far as we're aware, as a hardship measure.
Thank you, but we could compare our interest rate with those other municipalities, correct?
We can compare our interest rate with those other municipalities.
Our penalty interest rate, I apologize.
Sorry, our penalty interest rate. I just want to, if you bear with me for a second, I thought I had some background material that I could share with council on that. So, it gets complicated because there's, as I mentioned, there's current year penalty, and then after the current year's over, usually the penalty goes up. So we do have that information we could share with council.
Thank you. And I guess point 2 on number 1 would be, I think Councillor Hawkins referenced it as what would be the value or the uptake? Is there a possibility of perhaps surveying or requesting that someone like the chamber do a survey, or a survey of owners in terms of the potential uptake for a payment plan with a reduction in penalty tax arrears? Is there a way to collect data? I guess that would be my question to you.
Yeah. Through you, Mayor Masters, I think, you know, there might be an opportunity for us to reach out to accounts that are currently in deferral to see if there's any interest there. I think until you actually do it, you probably don't know what the actual take-up is, but you might get an indication by reaching out and at least getting an initial indication. Ms. Bryden, I know that your folks work a lot more closely with individuals that you know, have not paid their taxes. I wonder if you have any comment on how we might be able to perhaps get some additional data to help council in their decisions around this matter.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just working with my team, going, how would we get data? And you know, really part of that conversation is we have, I believe, just over 200 properties that are in arrears payment plan programs with us currently. I believe, so I think that most of those folks would take advantage of a program such as this. But to predict, how many property owners would go into arrears per se if they could enter into a payment plan at a reduced penalty rate. I'm not sure how you would.
Yeah, Ms. Bryden, yeah. Okay, I agree. I'll leave it open to council to debate the referral motion, or I guess, and just go to vote. But in terms of point number 3, and I guess, Mr. Lacey, I'm going to ask the question in terms of referring this back. Is there value in council understanding the impact of the current status of the hotels in the city over the next few years, in terms of the implications for a 2024 massive property tax reduction based upon income approach?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I think we could probably bring some more general information forward. I think there's general acknowledgement in the, I guess, broader economists looking at how recovery is going to happen and what sectors are going to recover quicker than others. I think there's pretty much a general consensus out there that the hospitality sector and hotels will be slower in recovery. And they probably, from the literature I've seen, will be 2 or 3 years out probably before you see them fully return to normal. As opposed to some other industries that, you know, the prediction is they've recovered already or will recover much quicker once we get out of it fully. So I think, you know, I think the information that we could bring back to council, if that would be of interest, would be some of that literature and commentary around more broadly, I think, how economists feel this recovery is going to happen, and with the hospitality sector in particular, what they see.
Thank you. I just, you know, I'll leave it to council to comment, but this could be a partnership for advocacy, because across the country, what you're going to see is a reduction in municipal tax collection or an increase of tax on an industry already suffering after what will be 4 years, because it's not bouncing back in 2. And so is there an advocacy piece in terms of ensuring that the municipal tax roll is protected as well for all of the programs, that it's not like they're going down in terms of requests? Anyways, thanks. I'll leave it to council.
Mayor Masters, would you like to put the referral motion on the screen? We'll discuss that. Make sure it's clear. I want to... How do you feel? Oh, sorry. Mayor Masters.
Thanks. Thanks, Deputy Mayor. And it's not debatable, just sorry, point of order in terms of referral motion is not debatable, correct? So no, I don't want to put it on the floor just yet. I'd like to hear from...
Okay, the
council.
notion was just, is it kind of going the right way of what we have been talking about here at council? That's all the question was, sorry.
I have a notion that perhaps we refer to the first 3 points back, but I would leave it to fellow councils.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate the line of thinking. In listening, it just occurred to me that everything we're talking about is controlled by the province again, with the tax reassessment being every 4 years. And of course, we know we're not the only municipality facing this challenge. I really appreciate the ending comments on advocacy, and kind of in light of that, is this something where we stop and ask the province if they would trigger an early reassessment in a sector as part of a mitigation effort on that sector to help it recover? Do they have the authority to do that? Knowing that we're not the only municipality, would that be a correction method that might be effective, not just for us, but for others, just to put it out there?
Mr. Lacey, who would like to take that question?
I'll refer that to Ms. Bryden.
Through the chair. So, you know, certainly Saskatchewan is one of the only, I think there's only a couple of jurisdictions in Canada that use a 4-year revaluation cycle. There are other provinces that have a 1-year or 2-year revaluation cycle, which would certainly have certainly a more reactive approach to revaluation. And in Saskatchewan, of course, the government is responsible for those regulations, and SAMA. And there is conversations on an ongoing basis about potential changes to our revaluation process. But it's really a broader picture than, just one industry, because there are other taxing authorities that rely on assessment values across the province, and namely the province, for supportive education tax and how they set their provincial regulations. And so to just identify one sector would be very, very difficult. As we move through the revaluation cycles, there is conversations about trying to shorten that revaluation cycle. And there is conversation ongoing right now, I believe, through some other reviews. And we are part of those conversations, and hope to continue to be part of those conversations moving forward. But it is much broader. In terms of revaluation, revaluations are a revenue neutral. And so where we see increases and decreases in different property types, the city's, in theory, the city's tax revenue is revenue neutral. And where council does have opportunity is related to tax policy. We've had those discussions about mill rate factors and subclasses, et cetera. So there is an opportunity to make adjustment there. And so I'll kind of leave it at that. But revaluation being on a 4-year cycle is difficult. It is difficult to explain to property owners how their assessments are calculated especially when we're 2 or 3 years into the cycle and they're looking at data that's 5 and 6 years old. So we are having those conversations. We are at the table to have those conversations with SAMA and the other assessment jurisdictions. So we'll see where those go. Thank you.
Thanks. Appreciate that. I thought the comments on how they assess their value for their taxation made them a more unique situation, aligned with the fact that they're an industry that's going to be affecting more municipalities. That's where I kind of took the comments thinking that the province did control that cycle and maybe they could adjust that way. But totally get your points. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mastinelli. Councillor Stevens, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through the chair. That's the point of information for Mayor Masters. Just to be clear, the referral motion intention is that we would send back items 1, 2, and 3 for further exploration, but we would then vote on 4 and 5 and I guess 6 today. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I got the head nod.
Okay, thank you. So if that goes ahead, the referral motion, what I would ask administration isn't just that we conduct an environmental scan and we look at the assessment criteria in other municipalities. Most importantly, I think we need to ask, did it work? Just because Calgary or Edmonton pursues what the Hotel Association is asking for doesn't make it a good economic policy. It can just mean it's better lobbying. So it's not enough that we just follow, it's does it actually have any effect? One of the reasons I ask that is if you look at the requests from individual hotels that are members of the association, the amount that they're requesting is inconsequential. It couldn't afford an employee. There's nothing that could be gained from that. So I think the collective risk is greater than the individual benefit to some of these. And I think we have to be cognizant of that. The other point is we actually did this economic analysis in the Recovery and Task Force group. We actually had an economist and we had someone who does economic policy analysis for a living. And it all comes down to COVID, which is germane to our conversation on Friday. If the pandemic continues, that's the problem. We've seen that demand can rebound very quickly if people feel comfortable going out. If people just don't feel comfortable for years down the road, we're really just burning through money because it benefits a request from an industry. So if we don't get the pandemic under control, this is actually just a moot point and people won't feel comfortable going out. So I'll be happy to see the referral go ahead. I think it delays us a bit further, but just know for council, there's plenty of economic advice and discussion that we had at the task task force level that actually answered some of these concerns.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens, for that information. Councillor Sikiniak, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So just one or a couple points about the referral, the potential referral motion. So if more information, if that's successful and more information is gathered in terms of the Regina Hotel Association, what I would like to also see in the information that comes back is it sounds like there is an interest from some councillors to provide some level of support. And if that's the case, where would that money come from? Because right now, I guess it gets complicated depending on which things we advance, but what are the implications for how that would be financed? I'm not clear though if in terms of referring recommendation 1, what additional information we would be receiving, because we already know that additional other jurisdictions aren't doing this, and we heard that there's 200 properties currently in arrears who would, presumably be interested in this. So, and maybe this is a question then for Mayor Masters. In light of additional questions, what other information would be gathered about recommendation number 1?
Thanks, Councillor Sikiniak. I think on point number 1, what came out of it is it possible to get any data out of it? And not existing 200, if the arrears is specific to even COVID hardship, but really how does our penalty interest rate stack up against other municipalities currently? So it's fine to say that we're reducing it based upon a COVID hardship, but if other municipalities are sitting at 14% on a normal day and we're at 23%, should there just be essentially a reduction in penalties interest rate? I think that's probably a bit of the question, because maybe you don't drop to 0.75 to 9.38% annually for a COVID hardship. Perhaps we're just adjusting based upon an average of what we're seeing out there. But again, without understanding what others, if someone's at 14%, someone's at 16%, we're sitting at 23%, should we scrap point number 1 and perhaps just move to a lowered overall penalty interest rate? That would be an interesting bylaw change for the City of Regina potentially. But to Councillor Hawkins' point, we don't have any data on whether or not this would be taken up, and maybe other municipalities haven't done it because they're not charging credit card interest rate, maybe. I don't know. So it's really just answering a little bit maybe around that question. In terms of point number 3, I'm struggling with this. I think Councillor Stevens made an excellent point in terms of did it work? I think the conversation around hotels is perhaps a little bit more strategic, because if we base the assessed value on income, we know it's going to be down significantly in the next 4-year cycle. And yes, it's revenue neutral to the city. That's fantastic. But if we collect 30% lower property tax revenue from hotels, somebody else is paying 30% more. So where's that going to come from? Anyways, that's, I just think perhaps there's a little bit bigger discussion, but I completely agree with Councillor Stevens' point about did it work?
Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sikiniak. Councillor Fundura, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. To the point of referring the 1, 2, and 3, yeah, I can see, but I'm a little bit uncomfortable with leaving 4 and 5 to vote on today. I believe we had a conversation through the pandemic, other businesses, for instance, a bowling lane that lost complete total business. They did come to us to ask for assistance, and we at that point, I mean, that's my memory, that serves me right, we didn't. So I would be more comfortable, and I would make that, to take this whole report back and then come back with it. That way we can make a, for me, a wholesome decision. Because I mean, here we are, we haven't asked for other businesses too, so I don't want to just separate and just do one thing for one and nothing for others, or it's a little bit complicated in that sense. I understand the taxes. I mean, we have a discussion about tips, and the tips are, I mean, most of the folks are paying them. So I asked the question how that works. But I'd be more comfortable if we just send this back. If we have to come back the same way, it's fine. If something else has been debated, then let's do it. So that's my comment about being fair and discussing whole things that's happening and not just separating or picking or choosing certain things. So I don't feel comfortable of leaving the 4 or 5 on the table today to vote for or against. That would make my understanding of what's happening here a little more clear if we could bring it back and have a and I mean, not to go for another 2-3 hours, but just to look at it in a good perspective of what is it that we want to achieve going forward. I do agree we're wasting money because it's just going to be ask for ask if people are comfortable. So Councillor Stevens made a good point, but I'm not going to go any further. But I'm not sure if I agree with 1, 2, and 3 just alone. I would include 4 and 5 and keep going. That's my comment. If I have to make that before I will. I would just want to hear others speak.
Councillor Bandura, are you
Yes.
are you requesting that we table all points, everything, this whole report?
Yeah,
Is that
yes,
correct?
I do. Yes, I do. That's the fairness of it. If we're going to do one, we must well do all. I feel more comfortable that way.
Okay.
So if I have to make it, that, I will make it. I would like to hear more. I guess there's more hands up there. So if that can be accommodated by me coming back and doing that, I will do that.
Mr. Lacey wants to respond to this. Okay, Mr. Lacey, you would like to respond? Go ahead.
So I've been texting Ms. Bryden here as well to see if the timelines will work, but I'll just ask her directly for the comment. So I'm wondering, based on this conversation, if executive committee wishes to table this report to the first meeting, I think in March, and I think that's just because of the timing to get agendas out. We won't be able to meet the last meeting here in February. So we tabled this report, and we also then, at that first meeting of executive committee in March, bring back a supplemental report that answers some of the questions that have been asked here for additional information for council to make a decision. And so I'm not sure if we'll be putting it up on the screen, but I do want to walk through, I think, what I heard and get confirmation of it, and I appreciate members might have additions. So I heard with respect to point number 1, or recommendation number 1, that there's interest in a supplemental report basically bringing back what are the interest rates or penalty rates currently charged by other cities, so that council has that as a reference point. I've also heard that executive committee members here would like us to look at trying to make a determination of what we think the impact or uptake would be on this plan. I think that might be a struggle to give a specific number just based on the conversation. We don't know those that currently are paying, would some of them then default to going to a payment plan with a penalty rate. But I think there's an opportunity for us to talk to the chambers and others to get their viewpoint and perspective on that with respect to what they think that uptake would be. So I think those are the 2 main points I heard coming out of recommendation number 1. And with respect to recommendation number 3, I think what I've heard council be interested in getting additional information on in that supplemental report is what's kind of the long-term prediction of the hotel sector or the hospitality sector with respect to what some economists are thinking as we move out of COVID and recover. Is it a 1-year thing, 2-year, 3-year? What's the impact? I think I heard as well about potentially we could bring additional information back on that grant program being provided to the federal government, and the last conversations, as Ms. Bryden had indicated, really was relatively new and we weren't necessarily seeing a lot of take-up, but I think there's an opportunity to explore that more in further consultation with the Regina Hotels Association. And I think as well, I heard, with respect to, and that's primarily Calgary, that's looked at in previously providing assistance to hotels, but go back and do our interjurisdictional analysis and follow up on that further with respect to that level of support and how successful it's been. And then coming out of that, if there's additional opportunities maybe that come out of that for us to look at and make comment on to council, we can do that in that supplemental report as well. So I just wanted to confirm if I've hit on all the points. I'll just ask Ms. Bryden fairly quickly here, if we come back in the first meeting of March, is that doable, and does it cause any concerns if we table the report to the first meeting of exec committee in March?
Madam Chair, on a procedural matter,
Go ahead, Councillor Hawkins.
I think there's a problem with the first executive committee in March because I think that is the sustainability report is due for that meeting. And Councillor Stevens actually made the point that we've delayed the sustainability report a number of times. I wouldn't like to see it delayed again. And I feel, having had conversations about the sustainability report, that report will take up the whole of an executive committee meeting. We won't be able to have that report and a couple of other reports and hours of discussion on each one of them. So I think that there may be a timing problem here. The other point I'd like to make is just in terms of Mr. Lacey's list. I think if any supplemental report is brought back, it should include some kind of reference to the status quo. We haven't talked much about the status quo. We've talked about various alternatives to the status quo, but it may be that the correct answer is just the status quo. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Ms. Folk, would you like to comment on that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify timing, right now I believe the Transit Master Plan and the Energy and Sustainability Framework are scheduled to come forward at the March 24th Executive Committee meeting. And Mr. Onright is saying we're looking at the implications of the timing because we know the ENS framework is going to take a long debate and conversation discussion, so we're working through that process. And the ENS framework is intended to be at Council on March 30th. So Councillor Hawkins, the 24th of March at Exec Committee, and then the 30th of Council for the Energy and Sustainability Framework.
Can we be firm that the energy framework won't be delayed beyond that?
I am absolutely firm on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Folk. So am I hearing this correct? This will come back to committee at the beginning of March? Do we have a date, and would that be enough time? Mr. Lacey, go ahead.
May I ask the city clerk just to, I don't have it in front of me when the first meeting is in March. I think the challenge is that the agenda for the next executive committee goes out this Friday along with the materials, so there's just not enough time for us to do the work. So what would be the next meeting after that? I'd ask the city clerk, and would it make sense to put this, table this report to then, and then bring a supplemental report back on that first meeting in March?
Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the next executive committee meeting is March 9th. We are supposed to be publishing agendas 2 weeks prior, but we can always make a note on the meeting agenda to give notice of the fact that that supplemental report may be posted just a little bit later so that we could meet that March 9th executive committee meeting.
Mr. Lacey, do you have anything further to add?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I think we can make March 9th work and be able to bring the material forward by that date if that's acceptable to council or exec committee members.
So I just want to add something to this, and we talked about the penalty, and we see here the first 6 months it's actually 19% or 15% interest, or 19% interest, 23 annually. I'm having a hard time comparing that to not a credit card when we're saying we don't want to, as Councillor Mancinelli said, we don't want to put it onto a credit card, but technically that's up to me to decide, not city council. And a credit card is actually less interest than a 23% annually that we're charging people. So I'm struggling with that. And also kicking it down the can was a referral, was a comment made that if we just keep deferring our payments of taxes. But what I found in COVID, myself, I'll use myself as an example, when COVID first hit, my full-time job went down to a 75% job. It came back up again after. So then I was able to catch up on things that were behind in those first 6 months or first 8 months. So that opportunity is something that I would like to, businesses, especially business owners, to have that opportunity to have that opportunity that they can make that choice for themselves, not us as council and administration. Mr. Lear.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I think what you're referring to is when we review our forms of payment that we allow, including payment for property taxes. We will obviously take that into consideration when we review that policy, but I would suggest that's not directly tied to this report with respect to what the using a credit card or not using a credit card for payment of property taxes. I think that's a separate issue that we'll deal with our policy around forms of payments that the city accepts.
And thank you for that, and that's kind of, I understand that, I just wanted to say that, but it comes back to the reduction of penalty of 0.75. Now, I understand you're going to be taking that back to see where we kind of sit with that, because I'm thinking that's still pretty high annually, but...
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I think as part of the supplemental report that we bring, we can provide a little bit of background on where we've gotten to the interest rate. It's not an interest rate, it's a penalty rate, right? So I would want to just make sure that is clear. The part why that rate is so high, it is a penalty. It's just not an interest rate we're charging because taxes weren't paid. I do know that it was raised at the time about 4 or 5 years ago when the province made some changes to the municipal revenue sharing grant for a period of time. And so the city was required to find ways to raise more revenue to balance the budget. And I believe at that point in time, it was raised to the current rate of 1.75% from a previous rate. So we can provide some of that history. We'll provide information on what other jurisdictions are charging. And that might provide better information to have a more informed discussion at that point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Lacey, for that clarification, because I did not know that. Just 1 second here. We're just trying to figure out what we're going to do. Hold on 1 second. In light of the time and our need to break for lunch, Councillor Fundura, I do believe you're up next. We're going to have time to speak on this tabling motion once it gets moved. Is there...
No, tabling motions are non-debatable.
So, but we can discuss it after as to the tabling? Okay. Okay. We're going to call the vote and go from there, and then we'll break for lunch, if that's all right with everyone.
Madam Chair, are we calling the vote on the mayor's referral or on my referral?
Yeah, point of order.
Oh. Councillor Brasciani?
Yeah, sorry, I just need to be clear, because Councillor Fundura had asked for all 5 points to be in there, and so I just want to know for sure, is that what we're doing? We didn't come back to that?
It did, Councillor Brasciani. That's what we're going to be doing, is tabling all 5 points.
Okay. So are we saying that, I want to make sure, like in Halifax, I just want to say in Halifax, they already have a little portion in there about the reduced rates. So I want to make sure that administration considers that as well. And that also, are we also saying in here that they'll be also engaging back with the hotel industry as well as, of course, we heard from the business organizations as well. Is that accurate?
Mr. Lacey?
I think we'll certainly circle back to the Regina Hotels Association with respect to the recommendation, but I think more importantly, just to get an update on some of the other support programs for the hospitality industry and how that is impacting or not impacting the hotel industry, referring specifically to the federal support program. And then as well, I think we'll engage with the Regina Chamber of Commerce as well, with respect to that broader business perspective, with respect to the recommendation number 1 in front of council here, and whether they believe that businesses that are struggling to pay their taxes would find value in that suggested program.
Thank you. That's fine.
Okay, so this will be discussed, the tabling motion will be discussed at the March 9th meeting. So what I'd like to do is just call this to vote and move this along, so then the discussion will be on March 9th.
I don't know if it's a point of order or clarification similar to Councillor Bresciani. Can I ask that, please? Just about the referral motion.
Go ahead, Councillor Stanchuk, or Sakiniak, sorry.
That's okay, thank you very much. So I heard that we would be reaching out to the Chamber in terms of potential uptake for recommendation 1. Can we also include it in that? Is there, will administration be able to reach out to non-commercial property owners as well, is my question. And then also, just to note that the financial implications for any of the options presented, I think, is really important information for the report. So the second one's a comment. I just need an answer to the first one, please.
Mr. Lacey, do you want to answer that?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I think we'll look at ways that we can engage beyond the Regina Chamber of Commerce with respect to comment. I do not have a specific answer right now on how we might do that. I think we need to go away and strategize just around how we do that. And there's really 2 types of property owners we're talking about here. There's a set of property owners that currently have outstanding taxes that aren't on a formal payment plan with us. And so would this induce them to become on that payment plan? You might be able to reach out and talk to some of those property owners to get their perspective. I think the bigger challenges is those that currently are paying their taxes, and if they had this opportunity, would they choose to take this opportunity, go into arrears, and get into a formal payment plan? I think that's the bigger thing and a challenge to predict, and I'm just not sure how we really get good data for council on that. But we will go away and think about how we might do that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Sakiniak. Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Through the chair, I'd just like to offer a comment before this matter is closed, if I could. I'm sorry for waiting to the last minute, but it's, I just wanted to say something to clear it up. By your last round of comments, it sounded like I was being prescriptive to people on how to spend their money and budget. I didn't mean to do that. I was just maybe mentioning that we had a tips program, trying to promote the tips program, and not to tell people how to budget their money monthly or on the credit card or anything. So if it came across that way, that wasn't my intent. Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you, Councillor Masinelli. Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So the vote results are in. Councillor LeBlanc is away from the meeting. 9 members are in favor and 1 member votes against. The motion is carried.
Thank you very much. Roll call, please. Okay, we're going to call, what is it, 35 minutes? 30 minutes? 45-minute recess for lunch. Thank you. Okay, we're going to call the meeting to order. We have one item to clear up here before we get going. Madam Clerk, can you please speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just on a point of order here, it was brought to my attention at the break that when Councillor Stevens was voting on the tabling motion for the last item, that his vote did not register properly. So just to put into the public record, he had voted against the tabling motion. So we will update that in the meeting minutes for this meeting.
Thank you. I'm just going to call, we're going to be making some changes to the agenda because we're not sure if time will allow us, and we're going to have to go into private session to deal with one item. So we're going to speak first to EX 22-10, the efficiency review. Then we'll go on to EX 22-6, the property tax relief request, and then we'll see how time allows us after that. So we will now consider item EX 22-10, efficiency review implementation plan. Can I ask Ms. Folk from administration to please introduce the report? Ms. Folk?
Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and members of committee. Very pleased to have this report in front of you today. On December 8th, City Council did ask administration to prepare a report that included our response and an implementation plan to address the 14 prioritized efficiency opportunities that were presented by Deloitte as a result of the third-party efficiency review. Administration, through the month of December and early January, developed that implementation plan for the 14 priority opportunities, and that plan is in Appendix A for you. It provides further detail for each opportunity, including a more comprehensive timeline and list of activities, as well as financial commitments and funding recommendations. The plan will see work beginning on all 14 high-value opportunities in 2022, and we anticipate several of those will be completed in this calendar year. The action plan is expected to be fully implemented by the end of 2024. At this time, detailed analysis of labor relations impacts has not been done. Discussions with our unions and associations began last week. We spent some time with them exploring what areas of interest they had in terms of those 14 opportunities, and we're looking forward to having more conversations of how we can work together in partnership to implement these. The implementation of the Transformation Office is first and most foundational of Deloitte's recommendations, and it will be responsible for guiding the implementation of the other priorities. And we are working towards having the office operational by the end of the first quarter of 2022, and details of that are in Appendix B. We were also asked to provide a status of the items that were included by the Recovery and Efficiency Task Force final report. So the task force that was co-chaired by Councillor Stevens and Mitch Molnar did present a report with a series of 94 items for consideration to the administration, and at this point we've provided a high-level analysis of some work that's currently underway in Appendix C. When we take a step back and look, the estimated benefit of the 14 prioritized opportunities is approximately $17.2 million. And of course, Deloitte did indicate that that could come with a one-time investment cost of $12.6 million, which would be further defined as we continue to scope and implement these recommendations. Where possible, efficiencies realized will be reinvested to reduce investment requirements in future years. And to deliver results aligning with the timeline proposed by Deloitte, some funding must be accelerated, and the report in front of you today asks for $3 million to be accelerated in 2022, with $2.7 million of that attached to the implementation of a customer relationship management software, and just over $300,000 to supplement expenses for a transformation office. As an organization, we remain committed to continuous improvement and becoming a more modern, productive organization, which provides residents with the services they depend on in an efficient and cost-effective manner. The Transformation Office will provide updates to City Council on progress and efficiencies realized each quarter until the end of 2022. So that reporting will start in the coming months. And at this point, we welcome any questions Executive Committee members may have of us, and myself and Ms. Tink is in the gallery with us today as well to answer any questions. And as needed, we may also refer to a number of our colleagues for comment.
Thank you, Ms. Folk. I need somebody to make a friendly amendment to move this report with a friendly amendment of CR 21-175 be removed from the list of outstanding items and to approve the recommendation of the City Council meeting for the February 16th, 2022 meeting.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins.
And I have one question for the administration.
Okay. Would you like to start then?
Thank you very much, through you. This question relates to the way in which the customer relationship management solution is to be funded out of the Asset Revitalization Reserve in 2022. At the bottom of page 2 and the top of page 3 of the memo to Council, it states the 2022 forecasted uncommitted balance of the reserve is 12.7 million. Approving the use of the Asset Revitalization Reserve for the customer relationship management solution will bring the uncommitted balance of the reserve down to 10 million. My question is this: it indicates that the reserve is planned to be used as a funding source for capital projects in the 10-year recreation and cultural plan beginning in 2023. And it indicates that that will have to be visited in the 2023-24 budget. My question is, does this removal of 2.7 million from the reserve in any way threaten the projects that were set out in the Recreation Master Plan? In particular, does it have any effect on the funding of a possible new or revitalized swimming pool?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hawkins. I'm going to ask Mr. Lacey to respond to that.
Yes, thank you, through you, Madam Chair. So in the 10-year recreational capital plan, we lay out the projects that we expect to undertake over those 10 years, and one of them is the indoor aquatics facility. And in that 10-year rec master plan, we've estimated the cost of that indoor aquatics facility as of this time. And we've made the assumption that 2/3 of it would be funded by the other levels of government, that we would be successful in seeking third-party funding, and then the other third would be funded by the city proper, which is pretty common in the three-partite type of capital projects with the other levels of government. And so in that master plan, you know, we have projected that likely we would fund that 1/3 portion of ours. We've tried to estimate what we think those funding sources would be. So we identified the uncommitted funds, as we knew at that point in time, from the Asset Revitalization Reserve as being a funding source. And in recognizing that, you know, we may need a conversation with Council if we can't find other sources of funding, perhaps to take on potentially some debt to fund our portion. The reason we're recommending that we use the Asset Revitalization Reserve to fund the customer relationship management system this year is this is a pressing need. It's a need to move forward on the efficiency review recommendations. And we do know that when we do get to the indoor aquatics facility and come to Council with, you know, approval to proceed with that project, we are going to have to identify funding sources, but that will be down the road, and I think there will be an opportunity for us to strategize further about what funds are available to do that, but this is the more pressing need at this point in time.
So am I correct to be reassured that this is not a deprioritization of the aquatic center or other recreational projects.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, it is not.
Thank you very much. I support the recommendation before council, before committee.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stadnichuk, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a number of questions through the chair. First of all, it's a significant investment for I've already forgotten what CRM stands for, the CRM program. I'm wondering if administration can explain a little more about why this is necessary and why it costs so much and what benefit are we going to get from it.
Mr. Lacey, would you like to take that? You spoke? Go ahead.
So through you, Madam Chair, I would refer you to page 3 of Appendix A, which provides an overview of what a customer relationship management system is. And I do appreciate the question, Councillor Stadnichuk. At this point, the city is actually using a system to manage Service Regina client and customer contacts on a workflow system, not a true customer relationship management system with a knowledge management system. So from this perspective, really your CRM system is a technology solution that enables everyone in the organization and all services to be able to have their information and information shared to residents in a very quick and timely way. The system often automate processes. They reduce wait and call times, improve service levels, and they also can advance digital service options. I would be remiss if I didn't take this as an opportunity to say that this is something that I myself am very passionate about and have been advocating for a significant amount of time. We often talk about the importance of the service and the quality of service that we provide to the residents of Regina. And from my perspective, this is a fundamental and a foundational tool that will enable us to start to improve that at record speed. So when I look at the amount of investment of $2.7 million for an integrated solution that will lead us down a path that will help us manage performance more effectively and also improve our customer service, I think it's a necessary investment into our organization to be able to provide the service our residents deserve.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Through the chair, so with procurement, with the implementation plan, I did have a question regarding on page 8 of Appendix A that it's going to cost $1 million to implement the improvements to the procurement service. Now, this is an area, the procurement area was an area that was identified where significant savings can be found within the city. Why would it cost, what is the $1 million cost to implement that?
Ms. Volk?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Of course, the cost, you'll notice in Deloitte's report that was presented to Council, the estimated cost for recommendation 6, which was improving procurement approaches, was in the range of $250,000 to $1 million. So, of course, this report says up to $1 million.
Okay.
And again, we are going to be looking at using a balance of internal expertise as well as third-party expertise. So as we start to scope out this work, there may be a requirement to explore using external support to advance this work, because there are significant opportunities to be gained, as Deloitte indicated through that. So no additional costs. Our funding is being requested for 2022, and as this work is further scoped out, if there's additional cost required, that would be requested through the 2023-2024 budget process.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I have any other questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. First question is related to Appendix C, which is the response to the Recovery and Efficiency Task Force. There are a number of items that are listed there. As Councillor Hawkins once pointed out, it was really a shopping list. However, that shopping list also aligns with a lot of work that council has advanced or that the city is working on. Some of these tasks are listed as underway or for future consideration. Can administration comment on the general time frame for some of the work that's underway and what future consideration means? Is that something we would consider later in 2022, 23? It's a high-level overview of the time frame here.
Councillor Folk? Sorry, Councillor Folk. Mrs. Folk, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor Stevens. As you did outline, Councillor Hawkins did identify last meeting that this were, and again, the task force also indicated through yourself, these were a list of ideas and thoughts. Work underway. We know we've got a number of pieces of work that are currently in progress, which is a very good element and component. There are some ideas there that we have identified as future considerations. As we go into our business planning and strategic planning, and I know Council is in the process of confirming priorities, it is an opportunity for us to take a look at this work, assess where we're at with implementing it, and determine at what point we would want to advance that. And I know there are a number of items here specifically related to the downtown and how we can continue to revitalize downtown and make it a vibrant. And I know Mr. Onright and Ms. Dawson are working and having conversations around that. And I know we've got about $46 million of planned investment for downtown Regina over the next little while. We also have, we heard earlier today from Mr. Reid about the REAL plan and how that fits in with the city core partnership framework. So there's a number of pieces there that are currently underway. So if I was to summarize what I'm saying, it's an excellent list and it gives us the opportunity to go back, validate what work we have in our plans, adjust accordingly, and then move forward.
Great, thank you. As a follow-up, I have an undertaking for administration to consider that when some of this work comes back, that it provides, when possible, a more concrete time frame. And secondly, that it considers the actual monetary value, and I'll tell you why. Often we just think of cities as spending money, and spending is seen as a bit of a vice. But in reality, it's an investment in the community, and that's actually the way it was discussed at the task force level. I would also request that some consideration be given to the actual economic impact and assessment of this spending. We've often used multipliers to account for the benefit to the community if we host, say, Garth Brooks, and we'll associate a value and a benefit to the community. I would encourage administration to do that with most of the infrastructure and service spending that we account for. It can benefit local suppliers and contractors. There's also an employment benefit if we're spending on advancing our infrastructure planning. I say as an undertaking simply because I'm not willing to delay this or asking for a lot more work. But we have the skill set internally, and I know EDR has already performed this function. I think we can do it. And it actually does a better job of selling the work that council, administration, and frontline staff are responsible for. The other reason I would recommend this is that one of the concerns of the task force was that we spent a better part of a year going through many of these issues. I think it's important for our own reputation to identify the fact that we've taken seriously those community feedback and expertise, and this will help us down the road to ensure that we're willing to, or people in the community are willing to spend time and provide these recommendations. So that's an undertaking and for consideration. My other question is about the Asset Revitalization Fund as a source here. During the budget, in response to a question I had posed around why we wouldn't advance, for instance, sidewalk repairs quicker, the answer was, well, we don't want to drain the Asset Revitalization Fund unnecessarily. Would it be fair to say that the customer relations software was prioritized over some of those other infrastructure requests?
Miss, who would like to take this? Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I think if you look through it through that lens, the sidewalk program, we felt that financially it seemed more sustainable to have that undertaken over 2 years, allowing us, when we got to the second year of that program, to reassess funding sources, which may or may not be the Asset Revitalization Reserve. So from that perspective, that was the reason, in part, why we chose to put that program over 2 years as opposed to using the Asset Revitalization Reserve in it to fund that entire program in 1 year. And with respect to the efficiency review report, I would say yes, if you're looking at it through that lens. Very much so, I think. If we want to move on the efficiency review recommendations, I believe that that report indicated the customer relationship management system was a key initiative that needed to proceed early on in that process. And so from that perspective, I would say yes, we are prioritizing that as a high priority, and we are looking at the Asset Revitalization Reserve to initiate that.
Thank you. My final question for Ms. Folk goes back to the customer relations management software. You've outlined how this could be a benefit internally to the city as a corporation and delivering services. If I'm a resident and I'm submitting a service request or trying to get a hold of a counselor and get some questions answered, walk me through how this management software would improve my interaction with staff. Would it translate into quicker response rates, addressing the matter with the appropriate manager in an expedited fashion? Just walk me through what it means to the resident accessing services.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Stevens, and it's a great question. And, from a resident perspective, there's so many online opportunities, and I think we're hearing more and more, and our numbers have bearing that out, that more and more residents want to do business with us on a 24/7 basis and digitally at their command. So most of these systems across the country have the ability for residents to set up accounts and set their own tickets and actually go in and track their requests, as well as receive email notifications and other components as they go. Quite often they'll have the ability for people to set their preferences in terms of how they would like the city to contact with them. And then on the back end, the knowledge management systems are quite intuitive these days. Actually, they've advanced significantly, and you're also starting to see artificial intelligence being built into these systems from the back end that enable quite quick responses. So, I always take it back to, I think through the pandemic, many of us have probably done a little bit more online shopping than in the past. And if you just think about what your best experience is in terms of online shopping around being able to chat with a customer service rep, to be able to track your package, to get those real-time notifications. So that's from the resident component of that. I would be remiss if I didn't point out that in the first quarter of this year, it is the intent and plan to actually go out and talk with residents about what they would like to experience, because it really is about the citizen and resident experience. So we need to hear from residents during this quarter. We as a senior leadership team, there were about 40 of us the week of January 4th that spent a number of days talking about what the vision is. Now we need to go out and talk to residents to see what they need so we can bring those two pieces together to move forward with an RFP.
Perfect. Thank you very much for the responses. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Sikiniak, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I apologize if this question was already covered, but in relation to the funding source for year 2023 and beyond, I'm wondering, I know that we will be discussing that further in the budget process for next year, but do we have a sense of what the possible funding sources will be for future years at this time, through the chair?
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Zahidniak. I think there are a number of potential opportunities for funding, and some of it might be unlocking opportunities and dollars for reinvestment as we achieve efficiencies and go through implementation process. I think that's all I'm going to say at this point. I think there's lots of opportunity to look at funding sources for 23-24. And again, as we work on implementing these items, we're going to understand more clearly what the resourcing is, and we're also going to upskill as we go. So we're going to be able to work faster and more quickly and be able to achieve additional benefits from that as well.
Okay, so the reason why I was asking is just to clarify that there are additional possibilities outside of just a tax increase for residents. And I think what I heard in your response is absolutely, there's all kinds of opportunities for future financing that don't rely on a tax increase. Is that a good summary of what you said?
I think that would be accurate, Councillor Zahidniak, and I think the intent is to look for opportunities to reinvest and reallocate as we achieve efficiencies. And you know, just one other point to that, as we've been doing our research around our customer relationship management system, they've evolved quite substantively over the last number of years, and I think there is a component in this report that talks about moving to scheduling modules, etc. And I think when the report was brought forward by Deloitte, we were thinking Deloitte was recommending that we might need a standalone system. I think there's opportunity for those actually to be integrated. So I think as we go forward, because we are very much using an integrated approach, trying to really focus on working across the system and the whole organization, that we will find additional opportunities for savings and efficiency.
Great, thank you. So for my next question, part of this is proposed to be financed through the general fund reserve. In this report, it says that the current balance is 21.3 million, and this request would bring it down to 21 million. I just wanted first to clarify that reserve was actually discussed in the property tax relief report that just got tabled. So that 21.3 million balance, that's independent of that property tax report. That's the current existing balance. Is that accurate?
Through you, Councillors, through you, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Zahidniak, I'll ask Mr. Lacey to respond to that.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, maybe I'll just ask for clarification. Are you referring to the draw from the asset revitalization reserve that Councillor Hawkins had referred to earlier?
No, the general fund reserve. In this report, it says on page 2 that the uncommitted balance is projected to be 21.3 million. I just wanted to clarify, because that reserve was discussed in the property tax relief report, which we referred back. So is that 21.3 million? That is the balance right now.
Yeah. So sorry. Yeah, no, through you, Deputy Mayor. That is correct. That dollar amount would be independent of the amount we discussed in the report earlier today, and that is the current amount of the uncommitted amount, yes.
Okay, and then so this would bring that down to 21 million. The recommended minimum is 23 million. We've discussed this before, but I need, I guess, a reminder of, because my sense is we don't really know how we will bring that reserve back to its recommended minimum balance. So I don't know if anything's changed with that, or when we will have a discussion, because it also seems like we keep having possibilities to continue to draw down that reserve, and I'm not clear if we have a good plan to bring it back up.
Mr. Lacey, go ahead, please.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, so I just want to be clear on this. So the current uncommitted reserve balance of the general fund reserve is $21.3 million. And what's being recommended here is to draw just a little over $300,000 from that reserve in this report. So would bring it down to about 21 million of that recommendation was accepted. The 23 million relates to a guideline that council has that we monitor, which is kind of the minimum recommended minimum balance. So I just want to ensure that anyone listening in is clear on that piece. With respect to the reserve balance itself, it's a guideline, and it is something, I'm glad you've raised the question, because it's something for me as Chief Financial Officer that we want to keep an eye on and ensure we're having the right conversations if we're going to draw down on that reserve, because it is below the minimum recommended guideline. Having said this is a 300,000 draw, and I think overall it's pretty minimal against that reserve. But I would agree that as future pressures come forward, it will become more and more challenging drawing upon that reserve to make sure we do have funds available in cases of emergency or to take advantage of a significant opportunity where we may have to cost share. Typically, this reserve is replenished through any future surpluses that occur on the operating fund of the city. And so while there's no specific plan in place, it's something that we closely monitor. And if at some point in time there's a specific strategy that we need to bring forward, I think there's always the opportunity for council to have conversations if it believes to bring that back up to its minimum balance or closer to its minimum balance. I would say right now we're around that 2 million mark below the minimum balance. It's just something at this point in time that we just need to be aware of, make sure we're having the right conversations. But I don't think we've gotten to the point yet where we may need to take specific action to bring that reserve balance up.
Okay, thanks. And so last year we reviewed our debt and reserve balances as part of an annual report. Will we be doing that again this year? My recollection is in Q4 just a general review of where we're at with debt and our reserve balances. Is that accurate?
So thank you for the question. That is accurate. Annually, administration brings an annual reserve report, status report, and an annual debt report to council. And so we will be doing that this year again before the end of the year.
And so I guess I would suggest that might be an appropriate time for us to continue this conversation of how, where our general fund reserve is at and whether administration thinks that, or council, that there needs to be a strategy put in place in relation to the general fund reserve. Does that make sense as a next time to revisit this conversation?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I think that is the exact time to have those type of conversations. It's why we bring the report forward. It's why we have those guidelines, and those guidelines are intended and meant to be kind of a benchmark to generate those type of discussions that you've talked about. And I would suggest in the interim as well, if other reports come forward that are making significant draws in that reserve, we need to revisit that discussion at that point in time.
Thank you. I do have one final question. As we're discussing these improvements to digitize our operations, how I recognize that there's increasing amounts of residents who do want to interact in a digital way with the city, but we still have a small percentage of residents who don't have the internet, who prefer to interact by phone or in person. How will we ensure that those folks don't get left behind as we continue to embrace technology to improve our operations?
Ms. Volk, go ahead, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Zahidniak. That's a great question. Any organization with a robust service offering provides service through a number of different channels, whether that be phone, whether it be in person, whether it be digitally. So, our strategy very much is focused on that omni-channel strategy, where there would be a number of different channels that residents would be able to access services through.
Great. Okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zahidniak. Mayor Masters, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Through you, in terms of the customer relationship management software, how long has this been on the list? You talk about it advancing. How long has it been on the list of things we should invest in?
I think that's a great question, Mayor Masters, and through you, Deputy Mayor. I go back quite a ways, so there has been a number of times we've looked at bringing forward requests. I go back to, I think, about 2007 when we did some initial work around customer service, and I think it has been something that has come to the table off and on between 2007 and today.
Thank you. So 15 years, that's great. Can you tell me a little bit, in terms of the research you've done to date, about the ability to collect measurable data?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. So absolutely, and I think I might ask Ms. Tink to talk a little bit about the systems we've looked at. So we have had an opportunity to, I think, demo 5 or 6 systems in terms of the big hitters when it comes to CRM solutions. So I'll throw that question over to Ms. Tink to talk about the ability to collect data.
Through the chair. Yeah, we've reviewed about 5 or 6 modern CRM systems, and they are quite robust when it comes to the data that they collect and the reporting capability. Reporting capability. And when Ms. Folk referred to the integration with the scheduling system, and so especially when we see that happen, there's lots of data around how long requests take, obviously the number and types of requests, how quickly things progress through the system, and real-time reporting even for the residents on some of those things. So quite robust.
Thank you very much for that answer. Through you, Chair. The efficiency review narrowed it down to 14 out of 53 potentials. And that's phase 1 of 6 service areas, I believe, in terms of the investment being asked for today. What about the other 39 or the future potential phases? How could the CRM potentially impact that investment carry forward in terms of efficiencies or effectiveness or just ease of use, not just for residents, but also for staff?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. And through the Deputy Mayor, it's quite substantively. So a number of those 39 recommendations are process-driven. And again, when we're looking at moving forward with a CRM system, you are looking at reinvesting and re-looking and retooling your processes and your tools. Of course, the better information we have as we start to look and implement new business processes, and of course a critical component of that is working with employees on the front line and people who are actually receiving those services, residents, to understand what the need is and what the experience is. So, Deloitte did recommend the CRM is very foundational because they did see it as a bottom piece that it actually is needs to be in place so we can continue to build not only our ability to manage what we're doing, but also improve service across not only the organization, but more importantly with the community.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'll just add a comment that I welcome the investment, and partly because I know the volume that even just my office creates out of service requests with information coming in and the inability to go back because it's 100% qualitative. You'd have to go back and open up 3,200 service requests in order to understand what they were about. Were they positive or negative? What was the response time? How did they work through the system? So anything that automates that, I think, is a very, very valuable investment. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Brasciani, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you to administration for getting on this work quite quickly after the efficiency review was done in December. So thank you to all of you. I want to just start with the Transformation Office. And I know we had talked about this back in December and kind of the next steps. And I see on page 2, there is some work being done there, and it talks about the implementation, first of all, acquiring the talent, and then implementation. Can I just ask, what is the process going to be in regards to looking at the Transformation Office as to who's going to be, and I think the word is, there's different innovative thinkers and all that. How will that be done through the chair?
Ms. Volk?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So Councillor Brashani, thank you for the question, and I'll point you to Appendix B if you have the report in front of you. That provides a bit of an overview of the structure and recommended governance process. So some of that work that was identified that was to be happening in December and January in terms of defining the governance structure, as well as the structure and approach is outlined there. So you do see that reporting in to the city manager with direct reporting from the Chief Transformation Officer to Council quarterly, and you'll see that happen. The first report will probably come forward in April, if I'm just realistic in terms of looking at what's on Council agendas. And then the structure really does look at that blend of using external subject matter expertise as well as some internal, as well as going to market. So we're just in conversations now around filling the results champion role, the culture champion role, and Chief Transformation Officer. So I anticipate within the next 10 days there'll be more clarity around that. We have job descriptions built for those 3 roles, and I expect you're going to hear more in the next week to 10 days.
Thank you for that. That's great. I remember back in, I don't know if it was 3 years ago, when we put $1 million to do our Be Heard website. And I remember one time we thought $1 million was a lot, but we knew there was more to come. And with this CRM, I think that wraps it I remember the talk back then about we really should be doing more. So I want to say thank you. The CRM and this investment for this is going to go, it is going to produce data that we have never been able to collect before, and it's going to put it all together for us. So I want to say thank you for that. The other piece is about the culture. With that CRM and the whole piece moving forward, again, how will that be? I mean, culture is changing the culture. That's a tough one to monitor, or a tough one to, how are we going to empower staff? When we look at this transformation, how are we going to be able to, again, almost collect the data on that?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Again, a great question, Councillor Brashani. So, when we talk about culture from an organizational perspective, it really is kind of the beliefs, values, and attitudes that we all carry into our work every day. And, we do have a few values in place already and beliefs. And it really is working with employees who are doing their day-to-day work and engaging with them and starting to working differently than we have in the past. It's, and it's one of those pieces that as it starts to shift and change with expectations, it starts to become real. So when you start to see the transformation office and you kind of see a culture champion role there, that role really is focusing on innovation, talking more about why we're changing, why we're working differently, because the big piece of the transformation office is going to be working collectively with everyone across the organization to work differently, to work at a different velocity, a different pace, work to outcomes and performance metrics. And so it's something that evolves as you go through the process, and there are a few key components there that you need to drive that. A solid innovation program that's championed from the top and down and throughout, and to try to encourage that. And a lot of that really is leaders out day to day with staff on the front lines, understanding work, hearing suggestions, hearing ideas, and engaging in different ways of work.
Yeah, thank you. So I would absolutely agree that as much as we talk about the engagement to the residents of Regina, but it's also a huge piece of the work that we do with our city staff to discuss the change and have their input of what they want to see. So I'm really excited about that as well. I think that will be well learned. And then I guess the last piece was that was with the engagement. Yeah, I think I just want to make a comment. I would just say that I believe that this is a golden opportunity. I want to say thank you. It originated with Mayor Masters, the motion that came forward, and I think Regina residents are excited, and I hope city staff are too, because I think it's going to take us to the next steps of how we can work together, and I think just look at ways we can work better, but also empower staff. So just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Councillor Stanicek, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Bresciani's questions kind of sparked another one in my mind. Through you, Deputy Mayor, my question is regarding how the customer relationship management system might impact. I mean, we don't know for sure, but some thoughts on, because there could be some fear that with a more agile digital system, that there might be speed up of work, that there might be higher expectations and speed up of work, or would there be more efficiencies in terms of how we get the work done? So I'm just sort of wondering if administration could respond to that.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, thank you for the question, and I think you'll see a little bit of both, Councillor Stanicek, and I think with efficiency you do see the speed up of work because you're typically taking steps out of the process. However, I do want to reiterate a couple of comments that I made in my opening remarks, that it's really important that as we engage with this work, we're not only engaging with employees on the front line, but our unions and associations in partnerships and discussions. And I know they are wanting to be involved in conversations and discussions. And I know when this report was in front of Council in December, the example that was really highlighted by Deloitte was some of the work that was done in our forestry area in combination with Local 21 and Russell Irick, our manager in that area. And I think that has given us a really good model in terms of how we can look to improve service and also improve working conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanicek. Do we have any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, I just have one follow-up question about the data and the collecting. I honestly didn't know that that wasn't possible, so it was really tough for me to wrap my head around the fact that I couldn't phone in and say, oh, how many complaints we had about this or whatever. So absolutely instrumental in the success of us moving forward. We're going to know now what we did, wrong or inefficient compared to what we're going to do now. This this computer and this data collecting stuff, and maybe I'm overseeing it. When do you have an idea when this will begin? Ms. Folk, thank you.
Through you, Deputy Chair, thank you for the question. And we are hoping to be in market with a request for proposal in early part of the second quarter. We do have a very aggressive timeline. So Deloitte did put a very aggressive timeline in front of us. And I believe, and I'm just going to turn to the page so I make sure I don't misspeak. We are looking for full implementation by the end of Q2 of 2023, and we are going to be using an agile approach with that. And so you will see functionality coming online in increments. So functionality will be added, then additional functionality would be added as we go. So more to come on that, and as we continue to report out to Executive Committee quarterly, you can expect to get updates on each of these 14 priorities around progress, around spend, around benefits realized, et cetera. So more to come on that, but kind of middle of 2023, which is, again, quite aggressive.
Thank you. I have all the faith in you guys to get this done as quickly as possible. I see no further questions from council. Oh, Councillor Hawkins, sorry, would you like to close debate?
I have nothing further, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Madam Clerk, can we start the vote?
there's no votes. No, there's no votes.
Sorry, we're just having a little technical difficulty here. Give us a minute.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the vote results are in. Councillor LeBlanc is absent from the meeting, and Councillor Moll has left the meeting. So that is 9 members that are in favor. The motion carries.
We are now going to move on to item EX 22-7, Regina Traffic Bylaw 900, what is this? Oh, 9,900 amendments. 9,900. Sorry. Can I ask Mr. Onright from Administration to introduce the report?
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor. The report in front of committee is regarding, has 5 recommended amendments to the traffic bylaw that have been reviewed and approved through a series of reviews and discussion by the working group. The working group makeup is Regina City Police members or member, our legal team, and our traffic engineering group. The recommendations brought forward today are to ensure the traffic bylaw is updated to provide consistency to road naming, definitions, terminology, and administration processes. So the 5 recommendations, I'll just touch on them briefly. The first amendment is terminology, definitions, and naming updates. This is language changes within the bylaw to bring more clarification to some of the positions held within some of the areas that deal with bylaw enforcement and with RPS to provide clarification for them to ensure the ticketing process or enforcement process is clear. The second amendment is speed limit change on Courtney Street. This is 250 meters south of Dudney Avenue. This is currently a 70-kilometer-hour zone, moving it to a 50. And the reason for that is there is a park and pathway adjacent to this section of road, and this section of road is also gravel. So it was felt by the group a change to the speed limit was needed in this area for those reasons. Amendment 3, guide vehicle and escort vehicles. This is to bring clarification to the description of what these actually are. It also is recommending an amendment which would ask for a escort vehicle to be used, heavy farm equipment, and heavy construction equipment. This would be any piece of equipment that had an attachment on the front of it that obstructs the view of both vehicular traffic, any mode of transportation, including pedestrians. So that just enhances the safety around that piece, and that would be both external and internal for the City of Regina. There were a number of conversations with Heavy Construction Association and partners within the community, and all support this change. The fourth amendment is removal of Highway 1 markers from the maps. This is the section of road south of Victoria Avenue around to Albert Street. And that just also will bring clarification. It is not Highway 1, it is Highway 1A, and that brings clarification for City Police in terms of proper enforcement and ticketing for the description of the highway to be correct. And also markers on the maps to be corrected so that the reading of them is in alignment with the province. Amendment 5, relocation of existing cycling fines. And this is just putting the cycling fines into the right area so that enforcement is clear on that piece also. So with that, I'll hand it back to you, Deputy Mayor, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Onright. Can I have someone move the report with a friendly amendment to approve the recommendations to City Council meeting on February 16th, 2022?
Zakidniak, I can do that. I also have a couple questions.
Thank you. Just 1 second here. Okay. So any questions from members? Shannon, or Councillor Zakidniak, sorry, I apologize. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thanks. My first one is, I just wanted some clarity about the school bus exemption. So this is on page 3, and it's part of Amendment 1, Part G, and it talks about revising Section 29. The operator for school bus is exempted to stop at rail crossings located at Ring Road, that exemption. And so I'm not clear if that's just to put us in alignment with the government of Saskatchewan or what the rationale is for that amendment. So I was just looking for some clarity there through the chair, please.
Mr. Onright?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I'm going to ask Ms. Kaleem to clarify.
Thank you. And through the chair, this change that is before you in the amendment is actually only to update and make a change to the terminology around the province of Saskatchewan. With the original naming conventions, we have changed it from Saskatchewan Highways and Transportation Agency to Government of Saskatchewan, and that is just because they've gone through a reorganization with name changes, and this will ensure that we have the consistent name moving forward, regardless of their organizational structure.
Okay, so this is only about the name. The wording of it wasn't clear to me if we were making a change to how bus drivers would stop at railroad crossings. Okay, so just names. Okay, next question is, well, first of all, I appreciate the recommendation to reduce the speed on Courtney just south of Dudney. This is in my ward. It makes a lot of sense. I appreciate this recommendation. And my last question is just to see if there's any further update in relation to enforcement of heavy traffic, heavy vehicle. So Mr. Onright's aware of this, we've discussed this, but I understand that administration is working with RPS to make recommendations to improve our ability to enforce heavy vehicles being restricted on in specific routes. So enforcement of our heavy truck restrictions. So, sorry, my question is just, I understand that's coming forward in the next couple or few months. Is there any further update about when we will see those proposed changes come forward to Executive Committee and Council?
Through the Deputy Mayor, you are correct, Councillor. We are in discussions with RPS and our legal team on the language within the bylaw. The intention will be to bring something forward, I would say in the next 2 to 3 months regarding that. And we also are in review of the heavy truck routes. There's a review being done on that as we speak. So we will be, not that these two are directly related, but they are indirectly related. So we will be bringing that discussion forward in the near future.
Great. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Do we have any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you call the vote, please?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, we have 8 votes in favor. Councillor LeBlanc is absent from the meeting, and both Councillor Stevens and Mole have had to step away from the meeting. The motion is carried.
Thank you. We're now going to move on to EX 22-8, 220 Residential Road Renewal Program Update. Mr. Onright, would you please introduce this administration to the report?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Purpose of the report is to provide an update on the 2020 and 2021 Residential Road Renewal Program. This report provides a brief background of the Residential Road Renewal Program and the coordination of residential road renewal work by other areas, and summarizes the accomplishments of the 2020 and 2021 program, as well as look at the planned 2022 residential road renewal program. The 2022 information is at a very high level as planning continues to be finalized. The program was developed with the goal of improving the residential road network through preventive maintenance and coordinated reconstruction. The current target level of service is that 85% of all residential roads are in fair or better condition. In 2020, the residential road network was rated at 78% as fair or better, and after 2021, improving to 81% fair or better, demonstrating that the current strategy is having a significant impact on improving the condition of the residential road network. And I will add, at the current rate, it is anticipated that we would hit 85% within the next 5 to 6 years. Now, the things that could impact that would be additional grant funding towards infrastructure renewal. That could accelerate. And the one thing to keep in mind also, we are far more strategic today in terms of how we approach our construction within the city of Regina. And the reason for that is not to gridlock any one area. So if you accelerate some of these programs, we will definitely be in a situation where we will end up gridlocking some of the areas within the city. And I think the other piece in the coordination of all this work is the advancement of the lead service program is now going to advance some of this work, but there's a lot of coordination that needs to take place so that the underground work is timed with the at-surface work, and that will maximize the amount of money that is being spent to get this work done. In 2020, we had deferred $6.4 million of work due to COVID and due to a shortened construction season. We had moved that into the 2021 season, and that's why you're seeing the accelerated poor and fair road conditions in 2021, as an additional $6.4 million was spent in that year. So with that, more than happy to answer any questions you may have, and turning it back to yourself, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Onright. Do we have any questions from committee? Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Can I have someone move this, I'm sorry. Can I have someone move this report, please? Council, anyone?
I'll move it.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Brasciani. Questions from council? We see Councilor Sikiniak, go ahead.
Thank you. I need some more clarity about the dedicated mill rate for residential road renewal. So maybe let's just start with like how, I understand that was a 5-year mill rate increase. What were the years of it? What has happened? I understand that, I believe it's over. So what has happened since? How much money has been collected from that, those sorts of details.
Mr. Onright, go ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll start and then I'll ask Mr. Warren to add his comments. So the program started in 2015. It was a 1% dedicated mill rate. That moved forward and ended up hitting its peak in 2019. So that was the end of the 5-year program. That program currently sits at $12 million. There was not a built-in inflation rate to the funding of that program, so it remains at $12 million. There was a decision made to take 25% of the street infrastructure renewal program funding and move it into this program also, and that is in the neighborhood of $4.5 million. So you end up with a total capital pool of money for the residential road renewal program of about $16.5 million, and that's where the program sits today. But I'm going to ask Mr. Warren to add comment.
Thank you, through the Deputy Mayor. So Mr. Onright has answered the question correctly, and as you can see in the table in the report on page 3 and 4, I believe, where it lays out the annual expenditures and the total funding and the total kilometers of residential roads renewed every year, showing that in the last, since 2015, when this program kicked off, we have improved 166, just about 167 kilometers of residential roads, and spent approximately $93 million on those over that time period.
Okay, thank you. So 2019 was the end of that program. As a follow-up question, so at the end of 2019, there was no longer an additional 1% added to the mill rate to fund this program, just to make sure I understand. 2019 was the last year that an additional amount was added to fund this. Is that accurate?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that is correct.
Okay. So my next question is, Appendix B talks about the, in Appendix B, it notes that 10 kilometers of the residential road network, that the status of those 10 kilometers is unknown. Why would that be the case?
Mr. Onright?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll ask Mr. Warren to comment.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. That would just be a small percentage of the road network that may not have had the condition assessed in the last number of years. So as part of our residential road renewal program, we do go out on an annual basis and assess the condition and inspect the concrete and the concrete sidewalks and the pavement to input that information into a database so we can identify the condition and then apply that to the selection for the residential road renewal program.
Okay, so then would there be a plan then, say this year, since it's only 10 kilometers, to assess the condition of those remaining unknown roads?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that is correct, that we are planning to go ahead and do the assessment of all residential roads throughout the city this year, in the year 2022.
Okay, great, thanks. So also in Appendix B, there's a chart that talks about the condition of residential roads by ward in 2019. So I think it's debatable about which ward is the worst, but there's a few of us that have, there's maybe 3 arguably or so that have among the worst roads in the city. So I assume some of that has to do with the age of the roads, but I'm just looking for more information about why it's quite inequitably distributed, that the road condition by ward, and what is being done to address that. And I will note that I did see in Appendix E and F, I think I do see some attempts to address that in inequity, but just looking for some more information from administration about that.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll start and then ask Mr. Warren to comment. So I think you are correct, Councillor, when you say that age of road network definitely drives the inequities throughout the wards. I think, you know, when you talk about why don't we just focus efforts in these three areas, it goes back to my earlier comments about balancing the construction throughout the city, but also the surface condition is only one aspect of what's considered when we go in and do this work. So we really need to understand the underground condition, utilities, and in some instances, not all, as we go through construction season planning, we're in conversations with Power, SaskTel, SaskEnergy to ensure they don't have underground work to do at the same time, so coordinating that. So a little more balanced approach. I would say there definitely is more funding being pushed into the poor roads and the fair road condition areas than there is on the newer roads, which we're doing more maintenance work on. But I'll pass it over to Mr. Warren.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. So Mr. Onright is correct that there's many factors that go into the selection of the annual program. Underground condition is a major factor. The condition of the road and the concrete, obviously, the distance to public facilities and different areas and different schools and things like that. The usage of the road. Other projects taking place in the area, whether it's a road project or any other major project that might be taking place. And then, of course, other programs like the Lead Connection program. So, and I think it was mentioned in Appendix E and F, which are a list of the locations that we had completed road renewal work on in the last couple of years. It does demonstrate that well over half of those locations of the annual program were dedicated towards those three different wards 1, 7, 8. As we do understand that the age of those roads is older than, you know, a lot of other roads in the city, and as those roads have deteriorated and been reduced to poor condition, the more expensive the rehabilitations cost. So really it's about a balance of construction in the area, balance all of those are categories, and just and wanting to spread the work throughout the city as well.
Right. Having problems with my mic. Thank you very much. That's all I have. I appreciate the answer.
Thank you, Councillor Zukiniak. Mayor Masters, please go ahead.
Thanks. I apologize because I believe that Councillor Zukiniak asked this question, but I missed the answer. From 2015 to 2019, we put in a 1% mill rate increase each year. And in 2022 dollars, if my math is correct, Mr. Lacey, we have 5% of a mill rate would be 2.7 million per mill rate. So there's 13.5 million being collected each year to fund and improve the residential road network. Is that correct?
So the amount being collected for residential road renewal program is 12 million. And so I maybe just correct a statement that was made earlier. The residential road program has not ended. We had a period where we increased taxes by 1% of a mill rate each year for 5 straight years. That added up to an accumulated number of $12 million that was being collected through the tax system specifically to fund the residential road renewal program. At the end of those 5 years, we continue to collect that $12 million in property taxes every year, and that is dedicated to the residential road renewal program. In addition to that, Council approved that 25% of the major road program should also be dedicated to residential roads. And that fluctuates a little bit because that budget every year fluctuates, but it's usually about $4.5 million. 25% represents $4.5 million of that budget. So in total, every year, we are dedicating about $16.5 million to the residential renewal program, and that program continues.
Perfect. That clears it up for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Stanichuk, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm glad that Mr. Onright mentioned the lead service replacement because I have a question regarding that. So looking at that chart about the condition of residential roads by ward, and also considering the need to start replacing lead service connections, how are you going to be balancing the need? I'm considering that the wards that have the most lead service connections, I think we're 3 and 6 and a little bit of 1, but they're not necessarily the ones with the roads in the worst condition. So just could you go through a little bit on how you're going to be balancing those two needs?
Mr. Onright?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm going to ask Mr. Doney to talk about the lead service connection. You know, when it comes to looking at these areas, it is a coordinated effort with our internal teams. And they vary. It is quite a strategic process to go through construction planning today, and specifically because of adding the accelerated lead service connection program into the construction program. But I'm going to let Mr. Doney talk about the coordinated efforts and how that plan will come to be.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So as Mr. Onright had mentioned, we go through a significant amount of planning to coordinate it as much as possible. If any road is going to be paved through the residential road program, we ensure that the lead service connection will be replaced before that work happens. There are, however, locations where the road is in okay or good condition, and it is still going to require the lead service connection to be replaced. So when that happens, we'll work with our internal crews to ensure that we can do a thin lift of pavement after that to restore the surface of the road as much as possible to keep water and material from entering the road and degrading it over time. So it's coordinated as much as possible, but there will be times when just the lead service connection is done, and then in the future, preferably the same construction year, but maybe the following year, we would come back with a very thin lift of asphalt to seal the road.
Okay, thank you. My second question through the chair is just there was in the report, and I don't remember what page that was on, a reference to piloting different treatment services. And considering climate change, I mean, when you look at January and February, so far we have had lots of days above zero, lots of freeze and thaw. So can you talk about how you're planning to address the higher demands on our roads and how we're going to keep them in good shape?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Thanks for that question. You know, when we, in 2019, did a pilot on the, I would say more of a overlay of asphalt to improve the driving surface, and would make minor, very minor adjustments to drainage. But it was more to seal off the top of the road system to protect it from deteriorating further. That program has proven to be very successful, both from acceptance in our community from the residential areas that has been done in. We've had very positive feedback from those areas. And I think, you know, through our planning and coordinated efforts with our internal groups, as I'd mentioned earlier, taking a strategic approach to the deterioration of roads And we know the climate in the winter is quite different than it would be in a Kelowna or even a Toronto, Ottawa, right? So we deal with extremes. We see it in our water breaks, how they accelerate or increase in terms of fluctuations due to temperature, and so does our roadway network. We believe that staying on the current path does get us to the 85%, but it also provides a much more balanced approach, and I think distributes the funding more equitably across the community. And general maintenance of the roadway network, we are able to balance that out also. In terms of accelerating programs or moving programs forward, that is always, as we see it with the lead service connection and Mr. Lacey explained, it really comes down to time and money. But the construction program in the city, because we have a very short construction season, puts a lot of pressure on neighborhoods when we're moving in to do the work. And I will add, our engineers are in constant communication across the country through associations and through their contacts to always be bringing the most recent surface treatments, underground repairs to the forefront and for discussion. So that is ongoing. We don't take any of those new processes lightly, and we're always looking for a different way to accelerate and do a better job of preserving the roadway network and our underground systems. I'll let Mr. Warren add comment.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. And just to add to Mr. Honorate's comments, we do put our asphalt through a series of tests and analysis every year to ensure that the mixed designs that we're utilizing and placing on the city roads, are adaptable to our climates and our traffic loading and the other things that our community would experience. So this is something that we do on an ongoing basis, as well as investigating the use of recycled materials to incorporate into our asphalt production in favor of natural aggregates, which is a dispendable, a finite source of material. So we continue to look at best practices and work with our colleagues across the country to utilize these best practices where we can to be more sustainable.
Thank you very much for that. And my last question through the chair is just regarding that chart, residential road condition by ward. It is dated 2019. It's stated that because of the pandemic that no road condition data was collected in 2020. When would we maybe see an updated chart? Because it would be really nice to see that red line of poor roads in Ward 1 to go down.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. So as Mr. Warren had indicated earlier, assessment on all of the roads within the city will be done in 2022, and the charts will be updated. As we are going into a 2-year budget cycle, 23 and 24, we will be sure to bring a report on the 2022 season forward very early in 2023, if not the latter part of 2022. So you will see an updated chart which will have current information in it.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Councillor Statichuk. Councillor Pershiani, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. So I just have a question in regards to the roads in the good roads and doing the surface treatment. I remember when Norman Kyle was still here, and the explanation was, and I would like to hear from administration, it is a balance. And if we don't continue to look after the good roads, then we will be in the same situation that we're in today, where we've got a backlog of roads that we have to do. Can someone elaborate on how important it is to make sure that these the longevity is continued on these other roads? Through the chair.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I'll ask Mr. Warren to comment.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. So Councillor Bresciani is correct that as part of our asset management and preventative maintenance strategy, we do dedicate some funding to good roads and fair roads as well. And again, the rationale around that is to prevent those roads from becoming fair and prevent them from becoming poor. As you can see, if you refer to Appendix A, it's a copy of a brochure that we share with residents that are involved in the residential road program every year. It demonstrates that for a surface treatment of approximately 190 meters of roadways is about $34,000. So that would be a surface treatment. So that would be a paved job. Whereas if we had to rebuild that same section of road, so that's removing all of the asphalt, rebuilding the structure, and rebuilding the sidewalks, that works out to about $426,000. So significantly higher to rehabilitate a road that has deteriorated into poor condition versus something that may be in good or fair condition. So it's a mixture and it's a balance that we try to achieve to ensure that our roads do not deteriorate into poor condition at those rates that they have in the past.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you very much for that explanation.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I see no further questions. I just have a couple, if you don't mind. Mr. Onrait, can you, this is kind of going to go somewhere, and I get to say a story before I ask a question because I'm sharing this. I know. Mr. Onrait, just for my clarification, when did you start this position here with the city? The position that you're in.
Ooh, you're testing me. I returned to the city in July of 2014. Through the organizational change in 2017 is when roadways came to my division.
So where I wanted to go with this is I've noticed an increase in our road repairs since you were where you are. So I wanted to thank you for that. I do want to say though, 25% of this deficiency should go towards 7 and 8, and I'll pull out the dukes for anybody with that. A question though, when you're looking at these road repairs and you see like Ward 7 and Ward 8 with like, we're amongst the worst of fair and poor, so it's, like our Ward 1 is poor, but then they're pretty good with excellent roads and that. What determines where you kind of go with this? Just a quick layman's kind of terms for me, just so I can better understand it. Mr. Onrait?
Through the Deputy Mayor. So I think, to my earlier comments, the planning stages of construction take a number of things into consideration. Residents normally will look at surface condition, but our engineering group looks at a number of things, as Mr. Warren had pointed out. So underground work, surface condition, concrete work, proximity to schools, major traffic areas. And then there's a determination on how much work in any specific area we are planning for the upcoming year. So when all of that is considered, and I believe Mr. Warren touched on it, when we look at these 3 or 4 specific wards that have a higher number of poor road conditions, they take that into consideration also. But they also take a number of other items into consideration in the planning process. So I don't know if I gave you a short version to your question or confused you.
No, you did, and you helped me better understand it. It's just tough when we have the lead pipes that need to be changed, and then you have Ward 7 and 8 with like, I mean, fair to poor on almost all the roads, and then when you have a small percentage that's excellent versus, you know, Ward 4 that's all excellent. So, but 5 and 6. I really have no further questions. The report was really easy to read, and I appreciate that, and I thank you for your answering the questions.
Thank you.
We see no further questions from the committee. Madam, sorry. Councilor Pershiani, did you want to close the report? I do believe you moved it.
No, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, can we call the vote, please? Go ahead.
And now we get it right.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, there is 8 in favor. The motion carries with Councillor LeBlanc, Councillor Stevens, and Councillor Moll absent from the meeting.
Do we have to call for a recess? Yeah. Okay, I have to call us for a 15-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 2:57. Thank you. Alrighty, ready to start here? Take your seats, please. Yeah.
I'm missing the audio on my feed.
Councilor Messinelli, can you?
I can hear you now.
You can hear now? Yeah, we can hear you. Alrighty, we're going to reconvene the meeting. We're going to move on to item EX 22-9, Residential Road Renewal Financial Model Review. I'm going to ask Mr. Onrait from Administration to introduce the report, please.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Mayor. So this report responds to motion CM 20-29, where administration was requested to design a new model for the residential road renewal program to eliminate poor residential roads, so the number of good and excellent roads increase over time. The report in front of you shares background information, but also shares 3 different scenarios. Administration's recommendation is that the funding model and the work currently being done, so keeping status quo in play, but of course this is committee and council's decision to make if they choose to change this program. By shortening the time frame, it will require additional funding to be able to do this, so time and money come into play, and you will see that in the 3 different scenarios in a table provided in the report. So with that, I'll hand it back to Deputy Mayor and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Onrait. Can I have someone move the report with a friendly amendment to approve the recommendation to City Council on the February 16th, 2022 meeting?
I'll move the report.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. With that, Councillor Hawkins, do you have any questions that you'd like to start with you?
I support the report, but I have one question for the administration, and Mr. Onrait has alluded to it. This report was born out of a frustration by some councillors in the last council that said, we understand that there has to be a balance struck between maintaining good and excellent roads so that they don't disintegrate and become very expensive to fix, on the one hand, and on the other hand, repairing poor roads. And the concern at that time was that the administration did not have the balance right, and hence the request to design a new model to eliminate poor residential roads. And you see the frustration in the issue section with special attention to poor roads that have been in this condition for as long as 30 to 40 years. What the status quo recommendation does is it doubles down on the earlier program. In other words, it says we do not want to, or cannot change the result that leaves poor roads that have been in this condition for 30 to 40 years. Indeed, it more than doubles down on it. It says we're going to eliminate the 25% SIRP amount that was going into local roads. So my question is this: as a result of doubling down on the status quo, are we going to have to live with poor roads for the next 30 to 40 years?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm going to ask Mr. Warren to provide comment on what that future plan would look like.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So just to provide some clarity around the status quo, and as outlined in the report, as well as when compared to the different options in Appendix A, it does show that that with the current investment that we previously had talked about, with our residential road dollars and the 25% contribution from the street infrastructure renewal program, and as well as with the introduction of the surface treatment program option in 2019, which has accelerated the condition enhancements to the network. We're saying that at those same investment levels that we have today, that by in the next 20 years we could get the residential road network to fair, better condition to 97%. So really what we're saying is, over the next 20 years, with the current investment, 97% of all residential roads will be in fair or better condition. The comment about the removing of the 25%, that was only being considered if council and the executive committee desired a different approach in shortening the amount of time that it would take to enhance the condition of the residential road networks to either 10, 15, or 20 years. And we were just asking that the model be updated to reflect actual amounts of the investment on an annual basis, as opposed to taking from the street infrastructure renewal program. So if executive committee wishes to stay with the status quo, we would still be contributing the 25% from the street infrastructure renewal program, as well as the dedicated 1% that we had talked about before.
Thank you for that answer. Through you, Madam Chair, just to follow up on this, and bearing in mind that I agree with the status quo, is your answer that to do better than 96.7%? In other words, if we're going to, in order not to live with 3.3% poor roads, we are going, the rate of increase, annual utility rate of increase, is as set out in the chart that you refer to, and your suggestion is that if council wants to do that, fine. If they don't, then they should tell you. Have I got that right? And again, I say from my point of view, I agree with the status quo. I think the rate increase to get to perfection on poor roads is just too high. Is that right?
Through the Deputy Mayor, that is correct, Councillor.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the work that's been done on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stanishuk, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So my question through the chair is, and again, I support the status quo as it is in this report, but I am interested in knowing if council were to request a faster timeline and more funding, would there even be capacity to do more residential road repairs?
Through the
by capacity, yeah, go on.
Deputy Mayor, capacity for our road construction program is dependent on some of it on local economy. You may have contractors come in from out of town or out of province, but as the economy ramps up and the demands or the opportunities for these contractors increase, capacity does become an issue, and our internal crews, of course, do some of the capital paving work, but they also do pretty much all of the maintenance work. So We take that into consideration each year as we plan out the construction schedules and in conversation with our partners in the community in terms of their ability. And it's not always on the economic side, it can be on supply manpower also, or access to manpower.
Yeah, and that's what I was wondering, just knowing that projects this past summer, there were some delays that happen, and that can create a lot of frustration for residents. So if we expand it too much, I don't know if that means that it just creates more complications. I support this this proposal, and I do hope that we would have an opportunity in a year or 2 years to revisit it. Is that the case? And we can see how well we've done through the chair.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Definitely, as we do the assessments and analysis on the roads throughout the community, we take funding into consideration and capacities at that time. So thanks for the question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So one question I have, just trying to find it. It's on page one of the reports. So in the recommendations, this is recommendation number 2. So I'm just curious why it says in 2A that the residential road renewal budget was both approved by council and by the residents of Regina. So can I have more clarification about how the residents of Regina approved that 1% mill rate increase for 5 years?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll ask Mr. Warren to comment.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. So that was the original motion brought forward by I believe, Councillor Young back in 2019 or 2020 when this first motion came forward. And I believe just the reference to council and by the residents was that council approved the 1% dedicated mill rate increase, and the residents, the residents raised that funding through the tax base. I believe that's what the reference is to, but that was the actual wording of the motion that was brought forward.
Okay, that's potentially a bit of a stretch, but that's the wording, so that's fine. And so I also just wanted some clarity. So in the discussion of additional options and the associated increases to, I believe, the utility rate, is that is an annual increase that would be needed or a one-time increase?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I believe it's one time. I'll confirm with Mr. Doney.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, it would be a one-time increase for the utility rate.
Okay. And so now we're going to have updated road condition information either in Q4 of this year or early 2023. So would that be, when we have that updated information on road conditions, would that be the time that we would revisit just the status as well of how we are, like, sort of like this report, some version of this report again, not in terms of the funding model, but the status of where we're currently at with that when we get that report back?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. That is correct, Councillor. So the report prior to this one on the update, that will come, that's an annual report that comes back to committee. So that will include our analysis, but you also have an update on the all of the road conditions by ward. But the other piece of it is taking into consideration what Councillor Stadnichuk had discussed, and that is funding and capacity within the community to be able to do more. This is also dependent on whether or not grant funding becomes available literally down the road, and how that would be applied to this, could be applied to this program if it falls within the criteria for the grant funding.
Okay, sorry. So are you saying if there's any changes in funding and capacity, that would be reported back at the time that we have an update on road conditions? Just to clarify, is that what you're meaning?
Through the Deputy Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's I'm happy to support this at this time and to continue to get more information and see what additional opportunities might exist without having to ask the taxpayers to continue to pay more. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sikidniak. Mayor Masters, would you like to go ahead?
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. There was a comment that the target LOS for major roads has been impacted by the current essential diversion of 25% of the funding for major roads to residential roads, and it continues to backlog. How many major roads do we have categorized as fair or poor condition?
Through Deputy Mayor, I'll ask Mr. Warren to provide comment.
Through the Deputy Mayor, that information wasn't included in the report because we haven't done a recent condition assessment of our major roads. That was going to be work undertaken in 2022 as well. I believe in the report there is a table that does demonstrate that we have 390 kilometers of residential roads, and the current level of service from that, which would have been around 2018 or 2019, I believe, was 89% fair or better. So those major roads are in fairly good shape at this moment, but as the funding sources continue to be diverted to the residential roads, that would continue to decrease.
Okay, I would just offer a suggestion that if this report were to come back for an update, does it come back annually, Mr. Enright? Yeah, just include the assessment of the major roads as if we're taking money of 25% and diverting it into residential. I'm fully supportive of the program, but I think keeping an eye, no different than we do on the General Reserve Fund, keeping an eye on the major roads impacted is probably important as well. But thank you very much for the work. Thanks. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Councillor Fundura, go ahead, please.
There we go. Thank you. Great work, as Councillor Hawkins did mentioned, and that previous council had a discussion on how to kind of move on the residential, because we did hear, and we all hear from our residents that some of the roads have not been touched for 40 years. Well, that's not, can't put blame anywhere, but funding is important. But what has happened, the local improvement project that was eliminated, that was a one start that we decided that time to move away from that, and that's what the 1% mill rate came about. And from that time on, I believe that we've done quite a bit of work, because when the local improvement project was on, you could ask a neighborhood or a street, and if 60% of the residents said no, you've done all that work already. So you spend lots of money trying to figure out what you're going to do, and then residents will cancel that, and you have to go someplace else. So taking the local improvement and putting the 1%, it helped because you can plan, you can deliver, and you can do the road. But my question would be too on the local improvement project. That local improvement project that is still on, I believe, on the major infrastructure, if that's correct. For example, like alley renewal, where you still go into the neighborhood and the residents will have to pay some fund if they want to reconstruct that, or can you explain more? Just for information, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I do not believe that program is in place anymore. That program was dropped a number of years ago.
Are you talking about the major infrastructure,
No, the local improvement.
But the local improvement has been dropped for the 1%. But no. Are you still using some of the format of local improvement project, that you still get funding from the residents of a project that you're doing somewhere. Is that still on, or am I going in the wrong direction here?
No, through the Deputy Mayor, the local improvement project no longer exists. The residential road program, the 1%, was for 5 years. That ended in 2019, but the program, as Mr. Lacey explained, continues on. But what was deemed as a local improvement program, which was, I believe, a combination of city-funded and residents within a block, if there was a decision to do that block, there was so much of the expense was put onto taxes. That program no longer exists.
Okay, so all of it got eliminated. Okay, no problem. No, I'm just, because I do remember when we discussed that part of the project, not just for local, but for like major road infrastructure or some other project, that you were still using some of that funding. But anyway, so okay, so the quick comment or questions were asked about, can we go, can we go some years down the road and do this once more? To do like a percentage to dedicate it solely to something. We could probably do that. Is that correct?
Through the Deputy Mayor, that is Council's decision to make if they so choose to have a dedicated mill rate towards this program or any other program, as you see in the Recreation 0.5% funded program.
Okay, yeah, no, thank you for that. So I would just want to make sure that that I understood it, and we understood that anything with local improvement project, it's all done, completely done. Anything, because I was talking about the alley, the reconstruction, because I do believe when I asked, I got a question, if a neighborhood wants the alley rebuilt or reconstructed, the residents of that alley, both sides, will have to pay for it. It doesn't come in from the tax, just alone from the taxpayer base. That's the question I'm asking. Is that correct?
Through the Deputy Mayor, today there is an alley tax levy that is dedicated to alley reconstruction, alley maintenance. I'll let Mr. Warren comment further, but currently that is funded by residents that have back alley access.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Mr. Onrain is correct. We no longer have a local improvement program in place at the City of Regina. I do know that there is provincial legislation around a local improvement act where if a city or a municipality chose to utilize that legislation and enter into an agreement with residents adjacent to a piece of infrastructure, that is something that could be utilized as a tool moving forward. However, that said, when the city had this in place, we found overwhelmingly resounding residents were not in favor of utilizing this tool and this model, obviously because of the infrastructure costs were fairly significant that were adjacent to their property, and so typically those were voted down and not approved through that program. So that is one of the reasons why the city went towards the residential road program with the dedicated 1% mill rate increase to raise those required funds to invest in the residential roads on an annual basis and not burden individual taxpayers of the properties adjacent to those pieces of infrastructure.
Yeah, thank you very much, through Madam Chair. I'm in support of well, this looks good, so appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fender. Does anybody else have any questions? Madam Clerk, can you please call the vote?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, we have 8 councillors in favor. 3 councillors are away from the meeting, being Councillor Stevens, Councillor LeBlanc, and Councillor Moll. The motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I have somebody move a resolution for a private session?
So moved. Mancinelli.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Yeah, any opposed? Okay, so moved. We'll need to recess for 10 minutes.